Let's
I
get
don't know
that.
if you want to say
We're
who did
live.
yours though, or was your house already like that?
No, it was a company. It like I did some research and called someone. This was before the partnership, like right before.
My mom, she got a new house. They have that already in the house.
And so does April. Yeah,
Yeah.
hers is already there.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's the new wave.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Make it's just a regular outlet now, and you have to have like city inspections with all of it. So you
Right.
just build it into the house and
Right.
keep it moving. What's up, guys? Will Z, check out Will Z's Kings Heat preview over on ESPN1320.net.
.net.
Or
You know the vibes.
go check out the Twitter profiles. Oh, you know what? I see you, David. I'm gonna star that tweet, David, because that's actually that'll be in the conversations too. You know what? I saw this.
I'm just saying. I'm saying. We took care of whatever needed to be taken care of,
Man.
and now we back out here, baby. We back out here. And
you look foggy today.
There's no hat.
Somebody in here. Is that what it is?
No
that's what it is. It's the
light.
shine. It's the shine off your head. I was like, why do you look so different today?
Man, I had a fresh shave.
It's
today,
the
man.
shine on your head.
Let me just go hatless. I don't know what it is.
It does spectacular things to the light.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's like I get older. I just always got a hat on. My head is shaped fine. Like I ain't got no crazy shaped head. I just usually have a hat on. I don't know what it is.
No, it was good.
Like I said with Kamara, I'm about to start looking into these brims a little bit too.
Mm.
One thing it is though, like especially this time of year, my head gets cold.
Yeah,
when it's cold,
like you soft.
My head, I'll be like, dang,
you're a weather sucker.
Crazy.
Like you soft.
I can handle it.
You complain about like 62. What's good, baby? Come on in, hang out. It is Wednesday, the 2nd day of November. Steelo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me!
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we are so happy that you're here with us on this game day.
Talking about I'm soft with the weather and stuff like that.
You are soft.
You're not acting very Ucey right now.
Ucey. That was such a that segment.
I watched
I think
it
was
twice
on Friday. That was one of the best. It's one of the best segments on wrestling in like the last 10 years.
Really
the Uso, the Bloodline, Roman, and Sami Zayn collectively, and then Roman's work. It's the best work WWE has done in probably 10 to 15 years.
I think so too. I was about to say,
I can't think of what's better off the top of my head. I can't think of what's better.
The start of the Fiend, that was pretty good.
Before Hell in a Cell, yeah, that was good.
That's
the Firefly Funhouse.
I'm not even gonna say it's better than the Bloodline,
it was good.
But it's up there.
Yeah, it's good. But the Roman stuff is years in now.
Yeah,
and like he is must see television.
Absolutely.
And to add the comedic relief of Sami Zayn, and now I think because this is like an internet thing now, I think the new bit is watch to see if he breaks them live on camera, because on Friday he had them all laughing, and the worst offender is Roman. Roman can openly laugh, but he can get away with it because he could laugh it off as like like it's like anger,
right? Yeah.
But Jay and Jimmy can't, so they sitting here and
Jay was struggling.
They covering their mouth, and Jay did the turn away from the camera.
To be so mad, like he's supposed to be so pissed off, and he is struggling.
When he said Ucey, oh man. But even going, but just the line where he says, "I don't give a damn what the tribal chief said," and Roman's head pops up and the whole crowd pops.
Yeah, everybody knew what time it was.
They're so invested in all of them right now. It's just great storytelling.
Really
I love great storytelling.
They have and I'll give them credit. I don't think they stumbled across this. I think whoever it was, whether it was Roman's idea, whatever. All right, Roman with my man.
Sammy?
No.
Bloodline? Paul Heyman.
Paul Heyman. I don't know why I was going.
I don't know.
It was Roman with Paul Heyman.
Yeah.
Then they're like, all right, let's get the Usos in there and have that. And that was running. And then whoever's idea to get Sammy in.
I don't know, man.
Because at first, I'll
give
be
that
honest with
person
you.
a raise.
At first, I didn't like it. I wasn't a huge. Sammy was cool. I wasn't huge. And I was like, what is he doing with the bloodless? Is trash. And then I just kept watching it every week. And he's killing it.
It didn't in my head. It was like, this doesn't fit.
Mm-hmm.
But it fits.
Yeah.
It's just because I guess you can only be serious for so long,
Right?
And Sammy, and it's probably partly because of how he looks.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Sammy's got really strong McFoley vibes to me,
Yeah.
like Sacco, to the Rock, like that worked, like the Rock and Sock connection, it worked, and like the Rock was such a jerk to Mick Foley, but it was funny.
Yeah,
like it works. And if you, of course, you tuned in to hear about wrestling. What the hell else did you tune in here for?
And look, and the other thing is whoever's decision it was for him to not get along with one of the Usos, that's they've been carrying that for like 2 months.
It's so good. And I just can't wait to see where all of this goes, because we're getting to, it's November. And I know they've got something this weekend.
Yeah.
They got the Logan Paul thing this weekend.
It's gonna be a sad day when Sammy gets jumped out.
I've never, I realized something this weekend. Crown Jewel are like London football games. I know they're on, but I don't watch them. Like I never see them.
I'm surprised you don't watch them now.
The London games?
Yeah, they're like, even I get to see the end of them.
Well, no,
they're done at like 9 o'clock.
I forget. I always forget.
Oh.
I never ever remember until I'm out and we're on our walk and it's, someone scored a touchdown. Like, how the hell did someone score a touchdown? Oh,
you get a fantasy notification?
You know better than that. You know better than that. Those do not come my way. Victor Oladipo has been ruled out for tonight's Kings game, Kings Heat game.
Has he played this year?
I don't know.
He was out last night.
I didn't watch him last night. I did watch that game last night. Tyler Hero, who left the game last night after getting poked in the eye, he's not even listed on the injury report. He didn't come back. Like, he got poked in the eye in the second quarter and didn't come back. So maybe I don't know. I didn't think he was going to play. By the time they got to the fourth and he wasn't back, I was like, I don't think Tyler Hero is playing tomorrow. Again, Tyler Hero not even listed on the injury report.
Tyler Hero, he's not going to miss an opportunity to go up against Herder. They got something going on. That's what the streets are saying. Not in real life, but
Herder versus Hero.
Mm-hmm.
That's really lazy.
Y'all
know why that's lazy.
I know why it is.
Y'all
but
know.
Don't do
that.
But no,
Don't do that.
No, it goes back to the playoffs. It was going at it in the playoffs.
Tyler Hero's playing because De'Aaron Fox isn't here to lock him down. That's what it is. If De'Aaron Fox was playing, Tyler Hero would have showed up to the arena with an eye patch on.
Showed up like Brian.
He would have been aim for the middle. Aim for the middle, baby.
You say you watched that game last night, though?
Mm-hmm.
I disagree with you.
Let me mention this real quick. Kyle Draper, Joe Davidson, and James Ham all scheduled to join us. By the way, Kyle Draper coming up in like 25 minutes.
Yeah.
Go ahead. You disagree with me with what?
The foul call. Or reversal.
Okay. I don't explain.
And this is where somebody could help me out.
Mm-hmm.
If the rule is you can make contact with the hand after you block the shot,
mm-hmm.
then that was the right call.
That's fine. The reason that the overturn was wild, and maybe this was just the telecast I was watching, maybe this was just a bad producer, is
Mm-hmm.
they didn't show any other angle.
Right.
And if Jimmy Butler blocked the shot and then contacted Steph's hands, it's milliseconds apart. And so for the refs to, which I believe the ruling on the field was a foul.
Yeah.
And to Jimmy Butler's credit, he was adamant immediately.
Mm-hmm.
I blocked the ball, went straight to Spoelstra. Spoelstra, at the time of the game, obviously this was an impactful play, didn't seem to hesitate at all. Was like, let's look at this. and they went to commercial breaks. Spo's talking to somebody. You could see Jimmy Butler on the bench. I swear to you, I blocked the ball. It was just a millisecond apart. That's the reason I couldn't believe they overturned it. And they didn't show, again, this is just on the telecast I was watching.
And I think it was the Warriors telecast you were watching, right?
But probably.
Yeah.
I honestly can't remember off the top of my head because I just went to the League Pass.
They usually give you the road
and just
first.
turned.
Yeah.
I didn't like search. I just turned it on immediately.
When you click on the game, they give you the road telecast. I don't know what that's all about.
So I was surprised that there was enough there to overturn it because all of the angles that they showed, you couldn't see him really block the ball.
Yeah, there's a definitive angle. So
yeah, I haven't seen it. I definitely didn't see it.
I saw it on the Inside the NBA because Charles was like, they were looking at, and that's the funny thing. The funny thing about it was because on all the angles that everybody probably saw, you can't tell.
You cannot see it.
But they're showing it again, and Charles was like, I want to see that again. If he got the ball, then it's not a foul. And I think it was the Heat broadcast. They have a side view, like 1080p, and he blocks the ball. So I see that view, and I'm like, oh yeah, he blocked it. And then Charles and everybody else see, yeah, that's just a terrible call. I don't know how you can call that. He didn't block the ball. Charles, right there, he just blocked.
Yeah.
What are you guys looking at? But it was just that one.
The Warriors were probably really smart to not show and that would make sense if I was watching the Warriors broadcast to not show the other angle.
Yeah.
Because it wasn't like, oh my God, they got the call wrong. It was like, wow, they really overturned it. Like,
right.
And that was a Steph. That was a three.
I think they were down. Was it 114, 109, and he shot a three or something? Like
114, 109. That's 5. I thought they were down 4, but
maybe so.
Maybe it was 5.
So. I'm not sure.
But I was on the phone. I was like, I can't believe Jimmy just fouled Steph on a 3. What is he doing? And then it goes into that long replay. Whether it was the right call or not, I couldn't believe they actually overturned it.
Yeah,
because it was just milliseconds apart.
Yeah, he got it though.
That was a good win by the Heat.
That was a real good win.
It was a hell of a game.
Because I wasn't sure of the rule. So I was like, well,
I
think if he blocks it, he can touch his hand, but I wasn't sure.
I thought the referee did a good job of explaining it. And when the referee was explaining it, I kept thinking, why didn't they really got this one view? Like,
yeah,
you're in a God-blessing NBA arena. You don't have another angle of this block shot anywhere.
On the view everybody saw, yeah, you're not overturning it.
The Warriors were like, oh, we got it. You ain't gonna see it, but we got it.
Yeah, Fitz wasn't letting that ride. Good old Bob Fitzgerald.
Oh, Lord. All right. So the Heat get the win last night. Tyler Hero, as James Ham noted there just a few moments ago, not even on the injury report. Second time these two teams have played in 3 games. Second time these two teams have played in 5 days. Of course, the Kings putting together one of their best performances of the season over the weekend, Saturday afternoon at the Golden One Center against the Miami Heat, first time out. And, Eric Spoelstra was clearly agitated following that game. It's a good win for them last night. We want to believe that this team is different than years past. Coming second night of a back-to-back, I think we want to believe, all right, Kings are in a good spot here. But I think there's part of us that is holding, oh, man, is this going to be one of those games where they get blown out by 20? De'Aaron Fox isn't available. You're going to need a number of guys to step up in that regard. I feel good about the Kings tonight.
I do too. Yeah, and to be honest with you, I'm not tossing the game aside or anything like that. But in this East Coast one, I know the Warriors game is a road game, but I'm just thinking about these 3 games. You can go 2-1. It's a good look.
Yeah.
So
yeah, for sure.
Even if you were to go down tonight against a Heat team that's looking for payback, I mean, you also look at it where forget the schedule and all this other stuff. If I said at the beginning of the season they're going to sweep the Heat, you'd be like, come on, I don't know about that. Maybe they could split. They've already got the split. And if they were to lose tonight, all right, cool. You got to split with the Heat, try and handle business on Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know. There's something about this team where I guess until I see them get beat down in that situation.
Yeah.
I think they're gonna be game. I think they're gonna be ready to play tonight.
I don't think there's a game this year that I'm gonna enter and feel bad about them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, I don't feel good about this game. I felt bad about the 49ers going into that Rams game.
I felt bad going into the Chiefs game.
well,
and I was right.
One of these things is not like the other. We'll step out. We'll come back. Kyle Draper is going to join us. Actually, Kyle Draper joins us next. He joins us at the bottom of the hour. We'll talk Kings basketball. It's the Kings and the Heat tonight. Joe Davidson on the way. James Ham on the way. Lots more ahead. We're just getting started. We're with you for the next 4 hours. Sacramento sports leader, ESPN 1320.
Have you ever been to Ace of Spades?
Mm-hmm.
It's a cool venue.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my gosh. Come on, man. Come on, man. I already don't like feet. That was disgusting. That was disgusting.
You know, these Shaq's feet out there.
Bro, he's missing like hella toenails too. It's gross.
Y'all really need to follow Ucey. He is just one of the best. He's just one of the best Kings Twitter follows in the game. I'm sure everybody watching already is. He's just got some great stuff. Corners of the Culture podcast posted this morning. J Street Vibes is in fact back. Get those downloads going again. Wait, what was that?
I saw him talk to me earlier. She wants a photo shoot for us.
I was down for a photo shoot.
4:30, I think.
Yeah, 4:30. Late start. I just look. Oh man. Man. I'm gonna pay $8 a month to get Dr. David verified on Twitter. I need Dr.
I don't
David
trust this Elon Musk guy, even though I have one of his products, but no, I don't trust this guy. Something about him I don't trust.
Yeah, I've said this all like I'm not paying I'm not paying for social media.
Hell no.
I'm not doing that. I will not subscribe to your Instagram page, and I will not ask you to subscribe to my Instagram page. I'm not doing that.
Not my job.
Not a knock on anyone who does. I'm not doing that. I see Omar. And you got the whole family.
Hold on. I'm gonna get there. What I do?
I'll put it on the screen.
Oh, stop it.
Oh man. Yeah, that seems to be the theme. Yeah, it seems to be the theme. It's all right. Don't bother us.
Bro, that picture is hilarious, man. The
party?
legit cracks me up.
That party is funny. That picture is very, very funny. Mm-hmm. Walking around with red Solo cups. Get out of here. Get out of here. Hit the thumbs up while you are here. Shout out to Kyle Matson rocking the new D'Lo and KC hoodie. I ordered one. It's arrived. Mine didn't. Mine's in Las Vegas. Just not made its way here. Taking its time. Studio Kenny eats earlier than at home Kenny.
Man, it was a busy morning.
I don't think Studio Kenny ever stops.
That's a good point. Studio Kenny is like old boy on Raising Canaan who just eats the whole day, the whole show.
Who's that?
The brother, the younger brother, who was on Ballers.
Yeah. Man,
He's always eating something.
What's his name on the show, man?
I can't remember.
That's my boy.
Juke's dad.
Yeah. That's my boy.
Mm-hmm.
He's done a few things. Did you ever see a show? Damn, what was the name of the show? I can't remember, but he was on it. And you know the guy, Marvin. Thank you, guys.
Marvin. There you go. Thank you, guys.
The guy who was in Insecure, who Issa cheated with.
Mm-hmm.
You know that guy. Did you ever see a show with him and Marvin on it? It was like a VH1 show. It was almost like, yeah. Oh man.
Rob W says the vending machine guy in the studio loves Studio Kenny putting their kids through college. That's facts.
The crazy thing is I brought something today too.
Home Kenny eats at 2:45. Studio Kenny eats all day long.
I'll be trying to make it, man. Some of these more I'll be trying to make it.
Oh man, Kyle Draper. We're all trying to make it, bro. Kyle Draper said to join us here at the bottom of this hour.
Drapes.
Talk to KD about the game tonight and what he's seen so far. I think this is Kyle's first visit with us this season. So we'll talk to him about what he's seen so far this season. I'm expecting some big things from a few people tonight.
Okay, who are you thinking about, man?
Namely, Domantas Sabonis.
Yeah.
A lot has been made about his inability to stay in the game. There is no way my man is getting in foul trouble again.
No.
Like he's double DQ'd for the last two games. Like he's aware. I don't know if it's Doug or Jay or Jordy or Mike. Someone they're having conversations how to keep him in this game, and he knows. All right, Fox is out. I can't be out. I know technically Davion is the main distributor, or he's certainly going to be in the point guard position tonight's game. The offense, I think, is going to run through Domantas Sabonis. I think Domantas Sabonis is leading the team in assists right now. I think Sabonis sniffs a triple double tonight, if doesn't flat out get one.
I'm with that.
More importantly, he's not fouling out.
He's not.
He is absolutely not fouling out for the third game in a row.
And look, if I was Mike Brown, I'd have that. I'd have James Ham ask me that question, and I'd answered it. I'd be like, it's ridiculous what's happening with Sabonis right now. I feel like he's getting picked on out here. Who else in the league fouls out 3 times in 6 games? This is ridiculous. I don't know what's going on. I'd have that conversation. I'd have that quote. If I was Vivek, I'd tell him to have that quote, and I got the fine.
So it's different when you're the Sacramento Kings versus when you're
the Chicago Bulls.
No, the Miami Heat.
Oh.
Because if you watch the game, you saw the Jordan Poole calls?
Yes, I did. Yeah.
There is no way those officials just walked into that game and went, we're going to keep an eye on Jordan Poole palming the ball. Someone probably wearing a Heat polo or a Heat dry fit or whatever Eric Spoelstra's team's uniform was yesterday said, hey, we've been noticing something, and I'm not talking about on the court, talking about before the game. This happens all of the time. We've been noticing something.
Mhm.
Can you keep an eye on Jordan Poole
Absolutely.
and the way he brings the ball up the floor?
That's how you do it.
He got called for carrying 3 times.
Yeah.
There is no way the officials did that on their own.
Hey, I don't know if Anthony Carter talked to the officials or not. But Hawaii stand up, Hawaii legend Anthony Carter. I don't know if he talked to him or not, but sure seems like it.
It's
With 3 calls.
someone did. Someone absolutely talked to him. And so, yeah, if I don't know, maybe it's Jay, the elder statement, DC. Hey, you know, Sabonis is, we're trying to teach Sabonis to play more physical. We're trying to have our defense play a little bit more physical. What can we get away with? Like, because, you know, Sabonis has been called for some really rough calls. Let us know so we can set the barometer with him on what, you know, how physical can he be? Because, you know, De'Aaron's out. Like, we're playing behind. You start playing the pole man right here. We're in Miami, right? We had our guys out to God knows where those guys. It was at Rick Ross's house last night. They were doing. Look, we're already playing from behind. Just let us know how physical can Sabonis be. Like, let us know what he can, you know, what he can do to maintain that level of aggression we need him to have, but without getting the whistle. Can you let us know, Mr. Official, ma'am, sir? Can you let us know?
Yeah.
And you've already ingratiated yourself to the officials a little bit. Plus, you get a legitimate answer. Officials will answer that question for you. Yeah. And I think that's the approach you take tonight.
Okay, I'm with that. And if it doesn't work, then I'm going off in the post game. In the post game press conference.
Where
going off?
You're going off in the post game press conference, really hoping the Miami Heat media will ask you something.
That's why I paused, because I was well, I don't know who he's going to be talking to.
I love it. Katie and was it Matt the other day? Oh, that was a quick post game. All right, well, that was a quick comments there from everybody involved. Like, yeah, because the Miami don't give a crap. The Miami Herald doesn't care anything about the Sacramento Kings. Of course, they're going to get out of there.
isn't asking any questions.
He is not.
That's where that's where your boy hanging out. He gonna be watching this game.
Who?
Your man's.
Who?
The barista.
Oh, Lord.
That's where he be hanging out. He gonna be watching this game.
Man, who let him in?
The barista.
I mean, stop laughing. I mean, you're not wrong, though. Not wrong.
Oh, man. Yeah.
Not wrong.
So I agree with you. I think Sabonis won't be in foul trouble. I think he plays well. That's what our guy Will Z was actually talking about in his story earlier today, his preview today, is when Sabonis is on the floor, he's balling.
Yeah.
He's playing really well.
Which is a really tough sentence. When he's on the floor, that boy good.
He's playing really well. Yeah. The problem is being able to keep him on the floor.
Yeah.
So tonight, I think he does stay on the floor. I don't think we see him in foul trouble. And I'm with that. I'm with the triple-double Sabonis tonight.
Yeah, I think he gets that. I think he gets something close to it. Obviously, they need guys to step up. I mean, do you think we see a performance similar to what we saw from Davion Mitchell yesterday? Do you think his approach as the I don't think this is official, but we're under the assumption that Davion Mitchell is starting tonight. Is his approach to the game different? Can he put up a performance like that again?
I think he can. I see him
like we saw it last year.
Yeah. I see him around, probably 19 points, 5-6 assists.
And is it
enough? I don't know. But I think that's about what he's gonna have.
And that's Lowry?
Yeah.
Oh.
Would you think Lowry's gonna get that?
Nah.
No, I don't think so.
Nah. No. I was trying to be respectful, but nah.
Lowry
I don't.
If Lowry on his own, like he's not going to get that. If he's able to get to the line like he did in the second half of that first game, then
But
he may get up there.
more what I was alluding to, man, Davion's tough.
Mm-hmm.
Like Davion can work. That could be a tough matchup, like a tough all-night matchup for Kyle Lowry.
Yeah. Now, one thing you want to pay attention to, if you're a Kings fan, like I am, like we all are, you don't want Kyle Lowry with some shenanigans baiting Davion in the early fouls and getting him in early foul trouble. That's something that I would be on the lookout for.
Malik Monk bringing the ball up the floor.
Well, Delly coming.
Oh, Delly. Well, yeah, but you can't overuse Delly. Delly's like a backup quarterback. Like it's really, if you got a really good backup quarterback, it's great in short spurts.
Right.
When you got to start them for 16 and a half games, I don't know that Nick Mullins. You know who I think about? I think about Matt Hasselbeck when he stepped in for Peyton or Andrew Luck. I can't remember which one it was. But
it's what's his name? Who played for the Patriots? And
Castle?
Castle.
Castle was in Indianapolis. I was thinking.
I'm saying that's what happened. Backup. Played well for a little while. Actually,
Matt Castle played. Well, they were like 11-5.
Yeah, they missed the playoffs.
But but Hasselbeck in that season where he stepped in for on the Colts, it was like, he's going to play 4 games. Okay, 4 games it is, or 3 games it is. Oh, this is great. Then it was like, no, he's actually going to play 9. And then all of a sudden, it wasn't so great. It wasn't the best idea no more.
Yeah. Well, so I agree with you. You don't want to see Delly too early. Kyle Lowry in the game the other day.
Matthew Dellavedova was not playing 27 minutes tonight.
No, all due respect to him. I hope not.
If Matthew Dellavedova plays 27 minutes, I'm taking him to cryotherapy when he returns because he gonna need it.
He's gonna need that IV.
Yeah,
get the IV ready.
Let's bring in our man Kyle Draper. Drapes, Kings play-by-play man, host, pre-post, all of that good stuff. Drapes, great to have you on today. What's your role tonight?
Did it work? Okay. What's up, fellas? How y'all doing, man?
We good, man. What's your role tonight, Drapes? Drapes is in an elevator. I think Drapes.
Yeah, I'm going up to the. Hey, can you hear me now?
We got you. We got you. Are you in San Francisco already?
Drape's going up to the penthouse. You know how Drapes do, man. He's going up to the penthouse.
I am. I'm in an elevator right now. I don't know if y'all can hear me, man. I'm in Miami right now.
Oh,
that's what I thought I heard. I thought I heard you was you on the call tonight, aren't you, Drapes?
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, sir. A big game tonight, so they got me on the call, man.
Okay, big game, Drake. Okay, all right, Kyle. Be honest. What'd you do last night?
You know what? We had a little team function last night.
I saw that,
good, big fella. We had a little team function. Everybody got to hang out. Yeah. Some quality time, a little kumbaya, team building experience. So, we were out on the water, had some nice dinner and some nice music playing, man. So, and here's the great thing about this trip, fellas. We got the game tonight, then we stay over in Miami tonight. Got an off day in Miami tomorrow.
Oh my!
And then go to Orlando on Friday.
Ooh.
Oh my!
Exactly. That's a bold strategy, Coach Mike Brown. That is a bold strategy. So we'll keep an eye on how the team comes out Saturday against Orlando. And we'll know what to point at. That's great, Katie. That sounds like a nice little trip here. Obviously, no De'Aaron Fox tonight. KC and I were just talking about who needs to step up the most to fill that role.
Well, I think it's an important game, obviously, for Davion Mitchell. And it's not necessarily from a scoring part. It's from running the team, I think. I think, under the pressure of this Miami Heat defense, which isn't as good, obviously, as it's been in the past. But as you know, Miami is still still upset about Saturday's loss. So, they're going to come in hungry and try to take it to you. I think it's going to be critical for Davion to run the show, keep everybody together, really manage the team on the floor tonight. I think this will be one of his first big tests as a point guard, running the show and being a leader on this team.
Yeah, I obviously, like everybody else, I love the way he finished that game out in Charlotte. to help the Kings come away with the win. We talked about him a lot. Is he the type of player, in your opinion, Drapes, that the more minutes he gets out there, the more comfortable he looks, the more effective he can be? Or, which may be the case when Fox come back, is he somebody that just needs to get comfortable with his role, and even in 15 to 18 minutes, he can still be just effective? Do you think that he's kind of working himself into that role to be able to, whatever minutes you give me, I can be effective out there?
Yeah, I think so. And I think for the first time, he's learning what it's like to be a backup point guard in the NBA. I mean, when you look at, the backups around the league, I'll think of Campaign out there in Phoenix as an example. He struggled early on. Remember, he struggled adjusting to that role, being that guy. And now he's the perfect backup point guard. And I think Davion, we saw his best basketball last year as a starter. This year, obviously, with De'Aaron Fox back, he's going to have to figure out a way to impact the game in limited minutes and short bursts. And I think that's something he's still learning. I mean, listen, this guy's been the guy everywhere he's been, winning a title at Baylor, starting. And now you come to Sacramento and you're playing behind a guy like De'Aaron Fox, whose minutes are up this year, I believe, under Mike Brown. De'Aaron Fox, before the game against Charlotte, was averaging about 35, 36 minutes. So where does that leave that backup minutes? Well, and that's why you saw Davion at only 12 or 13 minutes before the other day.
No.
Drapes, at what point in this young season did you realize Kevin Huerter was the greatest shooter that ever existed?
Hey, man, I've been a Huerter fan forever, and I'm not going to be one of those guys that say, but I thought he was an underrated acquisition during the offseason. And here's the thing about Kevin Huerter. You're right. He's the greatest shooter ever, right? Steph is probably second to him. But the dude just knows how to play basketball. You know what I mean? It's what we had in Buddy Hield, we had a lethal shooter, but Buddy to go 0 for 7 and then hit 7 in a row. Kevin Huerter's a legit 40% three-point shooter. And so he's not going to have those games where he's 0 for 7, I don't think, 0 for 8, that kind of thing. And he's not going to force it. I tell you what. One thing we saw from Kevin Huerter the other day against Charlotte, you guys remember this sequence. He hit back-to-back threes. Most guys, they're on a heat check the next time they touch the ball. What did he do? He passed it up, a good shot, to Keegan Murray for a better shot. And so I just think his basketball IQ is underrated, man. And watch him, dropping some dimes today, creating for Sabonis and some of the pick and rolls and pick and pops that you'll see out there tonight. Pay attention to that. And he's a legit 6'7", so he gives you some length defensively on the perimeter. And so I think he's a perfect complement for the team.
Yeah. The only thing that we're still working on with Kevin Huerter is we all love Kayvon. And he said he left Kayvon in Atlanta. We love Kayvon, man. We want him to and let us embrace Kayvon. Let us call him for Kayvon, baby. Talk to him, Drake.
I may have to pull you to the side and be like, yo, man. Yeah. Just take this with me.
Yeah, Drake, you got to do that.
The King's crew out there.
Yeah.
I love it, especially when he gets flowing. He starts the game as Kevin, and then he hits 3 or 4 in a row.
Yes, tell that man we are not calling him Red Velvet. We're not doing that. Like you got to talk to him, Drapes. We'll get this done.
All right, I got you.
Hey, Drapes, you mentioned our guy when you were talking about Kevin Huerter, but are they gonna let my man Sabonis play tonight? Are they gonna let him be out there tonight? Because when he's out there, he's effective. But these referees, they ain't letting him play. Are they gonna let him play tonight?
Dude, it's ridiculous, man. And the numbers suggest when he's on the floor how good the Sacramento Kings team is. He's fouled out of 3 games.
Yeah,
out of the 6 so far. I mean, he fouled out of 3 games all of last season.
Wow.
Here he is, 6 games in. He already has 3 foul outs. And I think, I would say 70% probably on the officials, and let's throw 30% on Sabonis because he got to keep them hands back, man. Like if you watch him, when he goes for a rebound, I feel like one of the first things he does is a little shove or a little, and everybody does it. It's not just him, but yeah, he's the one getting called for it. When you're banging inside with those big bodies, you really could call some type of contact foul on every play. I say you got to let these guys play. And it's been frustrating for him but yet he's still been effective in the short minutes that he has been playing. And so I think tonight, man, I was listening to you guys just a few minutes ago. Mike Brown might have to take one to back his dude up.
Saying.
You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying. You got to let him know.
To support his guy. Yeah, he might have to do that. But, Dwayne Dedmon's back too tonight. So, he'd have a little more size tonight against the Kings. So I want to see Domas out there on the floor.
Drapes and Damian, Drapes and Damian, they can pay the fine. They got it. Y'all in a different tax bracket. I'm just trying to make it.
Nobody believe you.
No, that's because dude, that's because all his money tied up in shoes. That's the problem.
Okay. All right. We're not doing this. We're not. I know y'all two got y'all two got your nerve. Y'all two got your nerve. Katie, before we let you go, man, it's first chance to chat this season. How you feeling 6 games in with what you've seen?
No, I'm feeling good, man. I was talking to some of the guys at practice today, and when you look at the numbers, the defense is actually worse to start the season this year than it was last year. But the eye test tells you something different, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, just the effort level, the compete level. They've had defensive breakdowns. Their issue with defense this year isn't for lack of trying or lack of effort. It's just lack of execution. And I think that's something you can tighten up and shore up. And so I feel like this game will tell us a lot, man. This is a tough game. You just beat this team a few days ago. You won 2 in a row, so you're probably feeling a little good right now. But are you going to still be poor, hungry, and driven? Are you still going to come out there and handle your business? And so if they get a win, I think that would bode well for where this team is. If they get a loss, there's still more work to be done.
Yeah. Kings need to be eating soup with a fork tonight. Drapes, no, eating soup with a fork. You still hungry. If you got that spoon, you're getting everything you need. You're not hungry. Eat it with a fork.
Yeah.
That just doesn't sound productive. That's terrible. That's
I know,
terrible.
right?
I'd drop my face in the bowl before I used a fork.
Dude, it's going to take you like 10 hours to eat a
You're going to be hungry. You're going to be hungry out there.
Drapes, let's get that win tonight, man. Enjoy Miami tomorrow.
All right, fellas. Take care.
Have a good call, man.
Appreciate you. That's Kyle Draper right there on the call for tonight. I forgot. I should have known this out the gate. It's Wednesday.
Yeah.
So Mark's probably
ESPN.
I know there's Boston, Cleveland tonight, right? Yeah, he's either in Cleveland or I think Portland is the other one. But yeah, we haven't heard Mark on. I think we've only heard Mark a couple of times, man.
Twice.
Got these
Or
Wednesdays
once.
and Saturdays.
Was it just once?
No, I think we've got him twice.
Did we get him opening? We didn't get him opening.
We didn't
night.
get him opening night. We didn't get him the first 2 nights.
Did we get him in San Francisco?
I feel like
I think we only got him once.
this doesn't add up. But did we get him Saturday?
No,
Because he would have
No,
been.
it was Drapes.
It was
Drapes.
Drape Saturday.
Yeah.
I don't know.
The call
But
of the
it's a
night
good-
was
a good-
Sabonis throwing down the
that's right.
hammer.
It's a good thing that we've got. No, there was a game after Saturday. Monday. Who was that?
it was
Charlotte.
That's the only one.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's the only game. No, there's got to have been another one.
Granted, the Kings haven't played that many games compared to everybody else.
Yeah, Mark's busy, man. Mark's busy. I can't wait I cannot wait to go over these college football playoff rankings later on in the show.
Man,
I cannot. Now, the college football committee is smart. They're setting up must-see television. That's all they're doing.
I learned my
is
lesson from
setting up
last year. I'm
must-see
not going to get too
television.
upset, but
There's no reason to be.
some of it, I got to question it.
Hey, quality wins for Tennessee. Trash conference schedule by Harbaugh and the boys. And we'll talk about that.
we're still in there.
We'll talk
We
about
handle
that.
business.
Oh, no, you're right. Hey, you're right there. This is set up the way it's supposed to. The Saturday after Thanksgiving.
Ooh, we going to the horseshoe and smacking them boys up again.
916-909-1320. We'll open up the phone lines if you want to get in on the show. We'll talk more Kings basketball. We'll also talk with Joe Davidson, high school football playoffs about to start. We'll talk with him. Much more out there. Again, phone lines open for you, 916-909-1320. It's D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Man, I killed us there. Sorry, I didn't have the Drapes on the phone graphic ready. I'm not I don't have enough of those in the bank yet. And I
Nah,
realized,
what-
man, we ain't had Draper yet.
Oh, it was good. I just saw my homeboy in a Kia commercial. Homeboys. I can't even remember his name. I think his name is Mark. But I used to hoop with him in LA.
There you go. It's good stuff. Must be nice. Well, he worked for Michael Jordan. Got a championship ring with the Warriors.
I've had some good experiences.
Y'all hit the thumbs up while you're here. Man, it looks like everybody from the Bad Guys already came in to listen to the
Haters.
show. It's all right. Hi, guys. Hi, Drake. Hit the thumbs up, man. Where did we get? Yes, we got 272 yesterday. That's good stuff. Let's try to inch closer and closer to 300 every day. So if you guys could hit those thumbs up while you're in here, man, we appreciate it. Appreciate it. You ever see that documentary? It's not a well, I guess it's not. I guess it's sort of a documentary on Jim Carey. It was like Jim Carey, like it focuses on the time he played Andy Kaufman and how he like stayed in character, like method acted the whole virtually the whole time, and they had a camera following him around while he did it. It's really interesting. But they show a clip because he always talks about like pushing it, like going a little too far. Like he was like, I went like way too far with this like Andy Kaufman thing, but it's what I felt like I had to do. And they show a clip that I do not remember at all from the Arsenio Hall show. And he goes on the Arsenio Hall show. He's like, it's during the riots, and he's pretending to be drunk. And he calls like Arsenio a black bastard, and he like takes a fake swing and falls on the ground and goes, "That's for Reginald Denny." And Arsenio's just like, "Yeah, we're gonna go to commercial." It's like, I've never seen this. I'd never seen that before. I was like, that is wild. He said he goes to the back, and his manager's like, "Oh, I think you went too far this time." I don't even know if it aired. I feel like I would have seen that.
What did the crowd do?
They went silent, just dead silent. And I don't know if he like if they came back and he was like, "Oh, I was," because it doesn't sound like they came back and he was like, "Oh, it's just a bit," or "Oh, I was just being funny," or what.
Where's the doc at? Netflix?
Netflix? Yeah.
He was a massive star for like people like Jesse wouldn't know how big Jim Carey was for a minute.
Oh yeah, Jim Carey was huge. No, it looks like he did a. Yeah, I mean, he was the biggest star in the world.
Was he
Ace Ventura, The Mask.
so like during the 90s he was?
Ace Ventura, The Mask, Dumb and Dumber. No, this is a
Liar was
Liar,
good.
Liar. Yeah, this is. Oh, okay. So I'm looking at it now. So, okay. So he does it, and they go to commercial, and he falls down, and then they come back from commercial, and they're like, he's out of the character now. So I'm looking at it now.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's.
Hold on, I gotta come over there and see that. The gasp.
Look. Look. He was like, "You're not Jay."
We'll take a commercial. We'll be right back.
Oh God.
We'll be right back. I apologize.
Oh my god.
That's wild.
Oh man.
So they're standing up and they take the bow. All right, it's all fun.
That's crazy. Yeah, Jim Carey.
That's a good question that you just asked there during the commercial. Like, because I was watching this thing on Jim Carey last night. It's a few years old. I just don't think I'd ever seen it before, and the magnitude of star that he was in the 90s when
Massive.
The Mask and Dumb and Dumber came out, and and Ace Ventura, like those were monster box office smashes.
Ace Ventura was first, right? 'Cause that was like his first thing after In Living Color.
That sounds right. Ace Ventura, then
And
The
it was
Mask, and then
huge.
Dumb and Dumber. I
Ace
think was
Ven-
right.
Yeah, Dumb and Dumber was massive too. And then he had like he's done some really good stuff.
I mean, yeah, that wasn't it.
What's
Those were
the
that
other
was
one?
just all in a row.
Me, Myself, and Irene.
That's funny. Me, myself. He's got 3 big black sons.
Yeah, Anthony Anderson.
Anthony Anderson. That's right. Big Anthony Anderson.
Yeah, and
not Dre.
The two,
Yeah.
though they had worked a lot for those two twins.
Those are Hercules kids.
Yeah,
Yeah. Hercules. It's them,
absolutely
yeah.
phenomenal knowledge. And now, at least for me, Jim Carrey has made a bit of a comeback with the Sonic movies.
Sonic, like the Hedgehog.
Oh, those movies are massive.
Oh, I don't have kids. I assume that you take Reese to them.
Yeah,
I ain't seen them.
Those movies are massive. We saw. I didn't see the first one.
Oh, everyone
Jazz
bringing
took
up the
'em.
Truman Show.
Truman Show was that was big too. Then Bruce Almighty, and then
Oh yeah, that was another. It was so big he wouldn't do the second one. He was like, "Yeah, you can give that one to Steve Carell." I ain't
But
doing this.
the Sonic movies are huge with the kids, right? So I saw the second one with him, and they're in the theater, the movie ends or whatever, and they do this thing like Marvel does, right? Where at the end they give some kind of hint towards what's happening in the future
Mhm.
or next episode or something like that. And they did something, and I think it's like Shadow Sonic or whatever. These kids went crazy in the theater. Oh my gosh, Shadow Sonic is coming. This is crazy. They lost their mind. I was like, all I know is the blue Sonic, Tails, and that's it. And Knuckles.
You're talking way over my head. Way
They
over
went
my head.
crazy.
He was
for
in
the
He
Sonic
was the
movie.
Riddler, I think, in Batman
Oh,
Forever.
yeah. That was big.
And then the second Ace Ventura movie, Cable Guy, Liar Liar, that was all the stretch.
Cable
the Truman
Guy.
Show.
He was doing
He was nominated for an Oscar for the Truman Show. I remember that.
He's doing suicides in the Cable Guy, like the liners, I should call them, I guess, in basketball.
Yeah. The Grinch. Oh, that was huge too.
Oh,
How
the
the Grinch just stole
Grinch.
Christmas.
Wow. He low key hasn't stopped. It
He-
feels like he like left for a minute, but it kind of hasn't stopped.
Yeah, he had a stretch of like, I don't know, what was the last movie he did? Well, okay, there's the Sonic movies. Before that, it was 2016. I don't even know what those movies are. And then they did the Dumb and Dumber 2.
I'm not a big fan of Dumb and Dumber just in general. That's not my bag. But I know they were massive.
It's not
movies.
those normally aren't my brand of humor, but I do think Dumb and Dumber is funny.
I
think it's funny.
didn't find it funny at all.
It makes me laugh. Yeah, no, Dumb
But
and
see,
Dumber is funny to me.
But the same type of humor is probably Napoleon Dynamite, and obviously, I just
Napoleon
fall
Dynamite
on.
is
I just
stupid.
roll around on the floor.
This is the
watch
absolute waste of time. Napoleon Dynamite is a waste of time.
It's not. It's one of the funniest movies of all.
It's not.
Napoleon, give me your tots.
Get your own.
Like that's funny.
Classic.
Like that's funny. Okay.
And Kip is funny.
So it's
Kip with the black girlfriend.
it's funnier when people talk about the movie as if it's funny than when I actually watched it.
Yes.
Okay. I guess you had to be there. Maybe I wasn't outside.
We weren't outside. No,
It-
Uncle Rico is funny though.
Okay.
Uncle Rico is funny.
Okay.
Hey, I bet you I could throw this football over those mountains over there. Who says that? Who says that?
Okay, I'll just take your word for it. That movie did not move me whatsoever. It did dawn on me though today. I might actually. I think I'm going to the movies next week.
What?
Wakanda Forever comes out Thursday.
Oh yeah, I'm going.
You gotta.
Yeah, I'm going.
I think you lose your card if you don't go on the first night.
Bro,
That's what I heard.
Bro, I can't wait 10 years from now for the documentary about the release of that movie. And we was out there, boy.
Black Panther, the first one. Oh,
we was out there.
Oh my God,
he was out there.
Yeah, yeah.
I was right there too. I was like, let's go.
Samesies.
We out here.
That was an experience. I don't know nothing about Marvel. I don't know nothing about DC. I don't know nothing about superheroes. But you could not only their first night, but pre-ordered on iTunes. Right. It's like I'll buy it. I got it.
It was out there, and it lived up to the hype. That was a phenomenal.
It was
movie.
incredible.
That was a phenomenal movie.
I heard. I think this one's 2 hours and 41 minutes. I think, and you guys can correct me. You're much better at this than I am. I believe that I read it's the longest. This is Marvel, right? This is Marvel. This is the longest Marvel movie in the catalog.
Good. I love it. I like a lot of these movies that came out. I forgot. I was listening to some last night, and I thought about how much I liked Coco. I love Coco. That is a phenomenal movie. And then somebody brought up Soul.
The Jamie Foxx one, right?
Yeah,
that was incredible.
Yeah,
that was so good. I felt cheap over the weekend. I really wanted to watch a movie, and I wanted to watch Nope. I was like, I've been putting this off for months. I'm gonna watch Nope. It's like, all right, I'm gonna do it a little bit later. And I was messing around with Peacock. I was like, I haven't looked at the WWE Network in a while. Let's see what's popping over there. And then I saw Nope debuts on the Peacock app like November 18th. So instead of spending the $4 to rent it, I was just like, oh, that's a waste of $4. I'll just wait.
Absolutely. Do what you gotta do.
It's $4. It's like, I'll just wait. I'll watch Nope in 2 weeks.
It's the principality.
That's all it is. That's all it is. It's the principle of the matter. 100%. Like, I'll just wait. What am I going to spend $4 to rent it when it's coming on an app? I think I already get for free on
maybe hitting people over the head with those rentals though. It'd be like $20. Like I didn't know.
Well, those are the rentals that are in the theater though. I do that. Like if Black Panther dropped Thursday as a rental for $25, I do it
instead of going to the movies.
Oh, absolutely.
Absolutely. I think I gotta go to the movies for that one. I have to go to the movies. You don't. You can watch it at home and have the same experience. I can't.
Did you watch? Oh, Darius Garland's going to return tonight.
He's
all right against Boston. Yeah, he's been out for a couple
5-1 Cavs.
Yeah, man. My Cleveland Cavaliers, that is. What'd you watch last night?
Last night I watched a little basketball. Ant-Man against the Suns. Couldn't complete the comeback. But I finished up the Redeem Team. This is how I watch things. I usually don't.
We know.
Yeah,
we're aware.
The Redeem Team came out 2 years ago. I finally finished.
There have been 2 Redeem Teams since this documentary came out.
There's been a good reason for that though. I promised Reese, because I could have watched it a bunch of times. I've taken flights, charging the car, all this other stuff. But I said no, I'll watch it with you because I want him. He's getting to the age. I want him to watch these things. And so we finally had the opportunities off track, got a chance to watch it. Really good. Really good. One thing that that you kind of lose sight of, especially now, no disrespect or anything like that, but where Kobe was when he was asked to be on the team.
Yeah.
Everybody didn't love Kobe at the time.
Yeah.
And I kind of forgot that. Like I forgot where his reputation was and what was going on. And it wasn't like a slam dunk to bring Kobe Bryant on.
Well, I think it was Coach K. Someone was like, he was like a pariah at the time. You didn't want anything to do with. Like he was just kind of untouchable at that moment.
It's crazy. Like, and I've lived it. I remember that time. That's he's asking for trades and stuff like that. And he
lost out on MVPs because of that time.
Yeah. And then watching that was crazy. I don't remember this. I was looking for you too in the stands. I was like, you weren't going to
see me.
I was looking.
I didn't have them courtside Kenny seats. We were in the family and friends section.
But I forgot, or I didn't even remember. He knocked the crap out of Paul Gasol. Oh my God. I remember hearing about that. Like I've heard the stories leading up to the documentary and like people who watched it talk. Like I remember hearing about it and I thought, okay, a little elbow to the gut or something. No, he ran through Paul Gasol. Like I haven't seen a basketball player run through a screen before.
And I think it's in the documentary because I think they play the clip in its full form. Like it gets an audible reaction.
Yeah.
There's like, oh, and then like a quiet reaction after the kind of like the clip we were just watching during the commercial break. There's like oh, and then it falls quiet for a second. Like, what the hell was that?
That was not normal. Like the Draymond punch. That is not something you see every day on the basketball court. That's why I got that reaction.
Right.
But yeah, good documentary. So, but I watched it and I thought about something. I wanted to ask you a question, ask Jesse a question, ask the Chatty House a question. Hell, we'll ask Joe D and James Ham. The Redeem Team. Who wins in a 7-game series with them in the Dream Team?
So I think if we took the Redeem Team in 2008, like if we play this up and we set up matchups, it's the August 2008 Redeem Team versus the July 1992 Dream Team. If you remember the Dream Team, like Stockton was not healthy.
Yeah.
Larry Bird was
Bird and
done.
Magic were out.
Bird was done. Magic, like Bird was finishing.
Yeah.
Magic was done.
Yeah.
But
you got Prime, Scotty, Charles.
I think
Mike.
it's the Dream Team.
I think so too.
So one thing that you talk about moments in that Redeem Team thing that you forgot. One thing that I forgot was they had got together with Coach K and lost.
I didn't remember that either.
I completely forgot that they got together because I thought that 2006 was the previous version. And then they got together and were like, we've got to fix this. No, they got together with Coach K and lost.
Yeah, couldn't beat the Greek Shaq.
And it was and it was then they were like, we have to have Kobe.
Yeah.
We have to have Kobe to pull all of this together.
That's crazy too. Think about it. Like they're trying to bring it back, and they were like, "Nah, we're not messing with Kobe." But it was like break glass in case of emergency. All right, we lost. We gotta go get him now.
And Bron was obviously great, but he wasn't what we know today. Like he was just hitting like 2008, 9, 10. I'd argue like 2012. It's one of the greatest years a professional basketball player ever had. And like he hadn't fully hit that yet. And so when I was reminded of that, because I feel like this has been a conversation before, when I was reminded they lost in 2006 with most of these guys, I don't think they could compete with the Dream Team. They could compete.
Yeah, I don't think
they couldn't beat that 92 team.
And no disrespect to these guys, because these guys were phenomenal players. But the Redeem Team gets a little thin after the top like 6 or 7. Like we're talking
Boozer, Michael Redd. Yeah. Shout out Michael.
Shout out Michael. An older Jason Kidd.
Yep.
It gets a little thin.
Good for 10, 10, and 10.
And the Dream Team does not get.
And that's and Kidd was in the he was, Stockton was injured in 92. Kidd was in that elder statesman role though for that group.
Yeah. They would have got how do I say this? They would have had trouble guarding the big guys. I was about to say something else, but I don't want an AO moment. They would have had trouble guarding Ewing, Barkley. We don't like them, but Malone,
David Robinson. Yeah.
Like Dwight can't guard them all. And Chris Bosh is really good, but I don't think he's not doing nothing with those guys.
Yeah. And you got Scotty, who can create.
Oh
yeah.
God, Scotty.
I mean, it'd be like Scotty versus Melo.
Oh, And Melo's my
And I-
boy too.
yeah,
Olympic Melo go crazy.
But when it Scotty versus Melo, and then on the other end though, when it's Melo versus Scotty, and Melo's on the offensive end, I don't think Carmelo wins that battle.
The only issue for the dream team is who guards LeBron. That's the one thing they don't have an answer for.
Wouldn't it be Scotty?
Well, then who's guarding Melo?
Oh, Michael could guard Melo.
Well, who's guarding Kobe?
Yeah, that's
that's the one issue they have is they got one more. And if we just took like Magic Johnson,
Larry can't really guard anybody.
if we took like Magic and Larry just as Magic and Larry and not in 92,
yeah,
it wouldn't be an issue.
but you can't
But
because
you
that's
can't,
not fair to
right.
the conversation.
So
Yeah.
92, yeah, it might be a little bit of an issue there, but I still think Dream Team wins.
I'd put Scotty on LeBron.
Yep.
I'd probably put Jordan on Kobe.
Mm-hmm. And Carmelo, I might have to let Carmelo cook a little bit. I mean, Charles might guard him a little bit. Charles in 92 though could
Could
guard.
you start Clyde? Yeah, Clyde guard him.
So who it would be?
Because
Who would you start? I guess.
well,
you'd
it was
start
because
Magic.
Magic was a starter.
Yeah, you start Magic.
It was Magic, Michael,
I don't
Scotty.
think Scotty started though, did he? He might have.
If it wasn't Scotty, who was it?
I don't know. He might have. You're right.
Karl Malone, David Robinson,
Barkley started over,
or
Malone
was
started?
it Barkley over? Maybe it was Barkley.
Well, I would start Barkley. Let's put it that way. Like, yeah, I'd go Magic, Michael, Scotty, Barkley, and you're going Robinson at center over Ewing.
Well, I would, yeah.
That's fair.
That's what I would do. I'm looking to see if I can find out.
And look,
what their
here's the
starting lineup
crazy
was.
part. You can't do this, even though you should. If they would have put Shaq on there like they were supposed to instead of Leitner,
Oh, goodness gracious.
woo!
The starting five for the gold medal game was Jordan, Magic, Charles Barkley, Malone, and then Patrick Ewing for the gold medal game.
Yeah, I didn't think Scotty started. They had Charles
Okay.
at the 3. Didn't matter back then. Whatever. You could have Charles running the point. Didn't matter. They're gonna win. Yeah, I still go with Dream Team though. I go with Dream Team. That Redeem Team, I think that's the one that people.
Chris Paul starting at point guard? Is it because if it's Magic versus Chris Paul, it's a hell of a visual.
Yeah, but that would be the Magic's advantage. You'd be able to back them.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Chris Paul started. That would be my guess.
Okay.
And poor Dwight
that's
Howard,
fine.
he'd have to. And
Gotta
Dwight
play
was
the whole Dwight got to play the whole game.
right.
Yeah,
Dwight
Dwight got
was
to play the whole game.
a beast back then, but yeah.
You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. The Nets lost last night. Post Steve Nash. Did you see the clip of KD post game? He was at like, how did you get word about this? Who told you? He was
I
like,
didn't see that part. I saw him post game, but
I
didn't
woke
see that
up
part.
from a nap and I looked to my left and saw it on ESPN. And he seemed very genuine when he's like, I think, one, I don't think KD BS's. Like, I just think he tells you whether you like it or not. I think he tells you.
Mhm.
I think he was genuinely shocked that Steve Nash was fired. It absolutely sounded like the way that he was talking, he was genuinely surprised that Steve Nash was fired.
Yeah.
But they lost again last night.
Kyrie was terrible.
So that brings up a couple of questions. If you're Sean Marks, who clearly is terrible at his job, but he has the job, so you've got to do something here with it. Whether Ime Udoka comes in or not, he's still bad at his job. And we'll get to the KD part in a minute.
Mhm.
Don't you have to try to get off of Kyrie Irving? You might not be successful, but don't you have to try to trade him and get him off of your team?
Yeah, you probably got to try. I mean, there's a lot of people that feel like Boys to Men, we're at the end of the road. Like, blow it all up. Blow it all up.
And they never started. Talk about being at the end of the road. They never got out the parking lot.
They started. They got Game 7 of the semis against the Bucks.
Okay.
That's as far as they
Okay.
went.
No, yeah,
And that was-
they
and
had
we said-
injuries hanging all over their head.
we-
That whole
We said at the time, because we were actually on the air, we said that's the team that wins that's getting to the finals and probably
Mhm.
winning the finals, and that's what happened.
because
So
we're smart.
so that was their one shot at glory. Which it's a failure. This whole thing. I mean, they've had them
Massive.
4 years.
Yep.
And that's your a game 7 in round 2 is the best you could ever do.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a massive failure, but it's over. It's over.
James Harden trade ruined your franchise.
You didn't have to do it. You didn't have to do it. Do it at Jared Allen right now.
The acquisition of Kyrie Irving is perfectly fine with me because it didn't cost you anything
Right.
except for money. It didn't cost you anything
Yeah.
but money. Didn't cost you anything else. You got greedy. You got silly. And you went and acquired James Harden and blew up what was a good basketball team, in my opinion.
Mm.
Would you trade Kyrie Irving for Russell Westbrook and whatever else that would cost?
If I was Sean
If you were
Marks,
Brooklyn, if you were Sean Marks.
I would. And I'd
absolutely do it.
I'd have to give up more or just Kyrie.
I don't know, because now I don't know who's in the position of power in that conversation. Like, I don't feel like Rob Pelinka. I don't think if Rob Pelinka was in a position of power, he'd know it. Though he was an agent for 20 years, so that's probably shortchanging him a little bit.
Yeah.
But it would be clear if Sean Marks called Rob Pelinka, like, I know what time it is. You want this toxic human being out of your organization. It's been a disaster from jump. You can't even put him in front of the media. You got to use terms like simmer down. Now he's all over the place on a basketball floor. You've got pressure on you to win.
Yeah, I'd move him. If that trade was on the table, I'd absolutely move
I
him.
might do it if I'm Sean. I'm strictly speaking from a Sean Marks perspective because we know Rob Pelinka would do it. I'd do it straight up. I mean, yeah, I can't think of a reason you couldn't. I'd do it straight up.
I would too.
Kyrie, Russell Westbrook.
I would too.
Get them both in different settings.
And now the only thing that I would say about that is, like, you're gaining something because Kyrie isn't there no more. Just his presence isn't there anymore. And maybe that's enough. But contractually, you don't have any obligation to him next year, same as Russ. So,
Right. It's a wash.
Yeah. Because
you're not bringing Kyrie back.
No.
So it's not like you're losing out on him. And Kyrie has no trade value. There's at this moment, there's one franchise that is as desperate as you are. And it just happens to be the one that people believe is going to sign Kyrie Irving next year. Whether that's true or not,
right.
I have no idea. But everybody believes that the Los Angeles Lakers are going to sign Kyrie Irving. Just do it now.
Do you agree with the Inside the NBA guys who said Kyrie should have been suspended? I meant to go back and watch because it was on the tip-off, not Inside the NBA.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to get the context of why
Charles,
he should have been suspended.
I think it was Charles's explanation that I do agree with. Because Charles said, I think it was Charles, if you're going to hold owners accountable for things that they say, then you should. That's you absolutely should hold owners accountable. You should hold players accountable. If someone is disrespectful to the Black community, you hold them accountable. If someone is disrespectful to the Jewish community, you hold them accountable. You've fined players before. I think you've suspended players before for comments about maybe not specifically about the LGBTQ plus community, but you use derogatory slurs, derogatory terms, slurs.
Yeah.
And that's cost people before. I don't think there was any punishment for Kyrie, was there? Like at all?
There wasn't. And the reason why, and this is what I was about to ask, he didn't say anything. He tweeted out a video of somebody that had those type of thoughts.
You shouldn't, but you're not absolved of. You shouldn't be your social media presence can't be free from in that position.
Mm-hmm.
Our social media presence is not free from scrutiny from our company.
Mm-hmm.
We are not Kyrie Irving. or the National Basketball Association.
Right.
The same has to be true for him or them.
I understand. I don't know if you can suspend him on that.
I think
he didn't say anything.
I think you're letting him off the hook by saying that. I think the greater issue, if you take suspension out, like, would they even be talking about a suspension if he was punished or if he was fined? Like, Kobe was fined.
Mm-hmm.
I know Kobe's not the only one who was fined for using a specific term.
Mm-hmm.
And
Rondo was too, right?
Rondo absolutely was. I think Rondo, as the Sacramento King, was.
Yep.
And Kyrie got away with it. Essentially, Kyrie got away with it twice, though the first one is a little the first one's more guilty by association than anything else. The Amazon link is more, but what are you proposing? And then because he tweets it without comment, it creates more questions. It's like, what are you trying to say by getting this across? And then when he talks, it's like, well, I'm dumber because I just listened to you for the last 5 minutes.
You could have suspended him, for, like I said, conduct detrimental to the league, or for the what's the one they always say in the NFL? The
personal conduct policy.
That, and just I forgot. But you could have suspended
contract, but contract detrimental to the team goes across multiple sports.
Right.
We'll come back. Joe Davidson coming up at the bottom of the hour.
I wanted to ask you something too when we come back.
All right, we'll do that. Stilo and Casey on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Man, I'm struggling. Jesus.
Excuse me.
Talking is really fucking hard.
I think that makes a little more sense to game 916 if Joe Tsai suspended him as opposed to Adam Silver. Yeah.
I'm good with that too. I mean, it's what the Celtics did with Ime.
Yeah. One max. He might be up out of here.
Are the Lakers LeBron's last team, do you think?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think he goes in there. I don't think
only if he wants.
That too.
Sorry, guys.
Last night Joe Harris was talking. I realized I don't think I had ever heard Joe Harris talk before.
Yeah, his voice is different than I thought.
It's like Vucevic. His voice is a little different than I thought too. Big Booch. How can you guys hear this stuff? His mic is off. You hear me when I'm chewing and my mic is off. How do you hear this stuff? You know who I think that is? I think that's Corella DeVille.
What?
I think so. I could be wrong, but I was like, I think that's who that was. Oh.
I was eating my almonds, man. Sorry, I'm hungry. I'm hoping if I eat, I'll stop.
Nah, no hat today, Filthy McNasty. Got a clean shave this morning. I'm all right. I just letting everybody know I ain't got a Neo head or nothing like that. I'm all right.
Oh man, I didn't send. God damn, I'm useless, bro. Yes. Thought you never asked. God damn. Joe I think that's part of it. I was just used to when I put the stream together, I'd send them out, and then now I just forget. Like Kenny books the guests, and I forget. Y'all don't really like Jesse. Literally does everything for this show. Like
It's facts,
everything.
man. It's facts.
I have gotten more and more useless the longer this show has gone on, and Jesse is just. Of course, Joe Davidson just DMs me. Send me a link. No, I know, Joe. Leave me alone. Jerk. Sorry, Joe. Your boy's taking some L's today, Mr. Davidson.
Hey Jesse, did you see Terrence Crawford's IG live?
Was it the thing that you tweeted out yesterday? You quoted
Um,
about that he would have fought for $0.
yeah, that was part of.
I was eating almonds, you jerks. Not whatever the hell a
Yeah,
gobstopper
that
is.
was part of what he said. Yo, it was.
I don't know. I've tuned that guy out. I'm not watching him
Yeah,
fight till he
he's-
fights Spence.
He's
I
getting,
can't even eat almonds
He's
anymore.
talking a little crazy.
Hey, did you see your boy Shakur?
Shakur Stevenson. Yeah, that's
He's
crazy.
right next to him.
That's crazy.
What happened to him?
He was standing right next to Takeoff. Like right next to him.
Yeah,
Yeah, I didn't know that. That's insane.
Yeah.
that is.
He was standing
crazy.
right next to him.
Mm.
I can't tell where we're at. How much longer?
More baseball.
Jesse?
by the way.
Oh, okay. Here we go, Joe.
Here we go.
What's up, Joe D?
Joe.
What's going on, guys?
We're coming back from the break here in just
Okay.
Sorry about the link, man. I'm not good at my job anymore.
You
You
know,
look
I was-
fantastic today. You must have like a window or something open. Yeah.
Keep
Oh,
window.
yeah, that's the difference. Yeah, yeah. I was
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
there's some natural light coming in on Joe.
Or I got some good loving last night. I don't know. A little,
Hey.
vibe, a little color, a little.
Hey, it happens. It
does.
happens. Hang on, Joe. Live on the Odyssey app, live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. Kings and Heat tonight. We'll talk a lot more about that game as the day rolls along, but we welcome in our good friend Joe Davidson
Yeah.
of the Sacramento Bee high school playoffs getting underway this weekend. Joe D, what's happening, man? It's your time of the year, baby.
Damien, it's a good time of the year. Kenny, you looking good with the beard right there. Look at
Oh,
that.
right. So I try to stay fresh out here, Joe D. I try
Yeah,
to-
I mean, some of us can't grow beards like that. That's a man's beard right there.
man, I'm still working on it too. I'm still working.
Meanwhile,
on it.
Damien's running his
Yeah,
hand across his smooth chin, and
yeah.
Damian Sneaky has I call it the Brody Jenner because that's what Brody used to. He used to have a little 5 o'clock shadow, but they would shave it that way.
Yeah,
right? Like
Yeah.
so it looks
'Cause-
like something's coming in, but no, I actually
It
designed
never
it
gets
that
any
way.
further. Yeah, I don't let it grow any further because of the 10 different colors that come in. So once it turns gray, like I might be willing to rock with it, but it just doesn't. I can't do it. I don't have the patience.
I don't know
for
how
it.
Kenny did it because the early stages of a beard, you just itch like crazy and you're just scratching and
You just got to get through the rough pass, the rough pack time of it all, and then you just let it flow after that.
stick with the process, right? Trust the process.
That's the process. That's all it is.
That's what it is. Joe, anything surprise you when those brackets came out this weekend?
Nothing really. And people, we're in a complaining society. People complain for the sheer sport of it. And so for years, the Sac Kings section had 16 team fields.
Mhm.
And your number 16 team would go to number 1 Folsom, and it'd be 58-0 at halftime running clock. That doesn't help anybody. So then it got reduced to 12 teams, top 4 seeds get an opening round bye. Well, now there's not enough playoff teams. Hey, you know what? If you're in, go. And nobody's happy with their seeding unless they're number 1. So no real surprise. Folsom's the number 1 seed in Division 1. St. Mary's of Stockton's 10-0. The number 2 seed, there could be a collision course there. Oak Ridge is the 3rd seed. Oak Ridge and Elk Grove could have a game next week against each other. That could be really good. Manteca, the Buffaloes are the top seed in Division 2. Del Oro of the Sierra Foothill League, only league losses were to Oak Ridge and Folsom. They're the 2nd seed in Division 2. Placer up in Placer County is 10-0, the number 1 seed in Division 3. Grant is a 3 seed there. Grant's never been in the Division 3 playoffs, always been Division 1, Division 2, but has a real chance to win that. And right on down the line, we got those brackets at the Sac Walking section site or at sacb.com, but no real surprises. But if Folsom doesn't get to a final, that'll be a surprise.
Folsom got one more big win before these all dropped on Thursday, didn't they? They beat my Rockland Thunder.
They did 14-7. And
Ooh.
that was a great effort for Rockland. Normally Folsom scoring 40 or 50 points. So that just shows you how tough that league is. And, and Folsom and Coach Paul Doherty, they like the bullseye. We want to be a target. It means you've arrived. And, they could talk about going to a state championship without people laughing at them. Most schools, we're going to go win the state championship. Man, you may not even win a playoff game. So there's a target there. And I've written about this before in the Sacramento Bee guys, where his Folsom's success kind of dulled the Division 1 playoff field. Because if Folsom wins a section championship, it'd be their 10th since 2010. And some of it called the Folsom Bulldogs fatigue, where too much of Folsom. Well, then do something about it. I think there's intrigue in seeing if they can continue to win, and there's intrigue to see can somebody bounce them off. 2019 in the Division 1 semifinals, Monterey Trail beat them. Yeah. And the game, high school football, there's 48 game minutes. In that 2019 game, Monterey Trail with its run game had the ball for 40 minutes. It's one of the great upsets in regional history. So we may get a rematch there at some point. But topple them. And Del Oro's been doing this for years, and Placer's been doing this for years, and Manteca. So the playoffs are also a good time for the upstarts. Where are the upstarts? Who's going to pull upsets? Who's going to be the team with 4 or 5 losses who gets to the section final? It'll happen, and it's happened before. So we'll see. We'll see how it shakes out.
Yeah, I hear you when you talk about is there some Folsom fatigue? I can understand it, and it's no fault of their own. They're doing their job. They're doing what they need to do. And I agree with you. If you got fatigue, find a way to knock them off.
Right.
But you do. There's a fine line that you want to have, I believe, of a dominant program that everybody's looking to shoot for, and then enough teams that can knock them off in the area. I think this year you got a good mix of that, right? So
absolutely,
is absolutely the favorite, but you got your St. Mary's, your Monterey Trails, your Oak Ridges, Elk Grove.
Right.
Like I think they all could compete with.
Absolutely. And remember, a year ago, Folsom finished 3rd in the Sierra Foothill League and had lost 3 of its final 5 games going into the playoffs, and were not the favorite. Rockland was the favorite. Rockland was the favorite because Rockland had dropped down a beat down on Folsom just weeks earlier, but Folsom bounced back and won it. And that's the other thing that's great is how do you respond? How do you come back? How do you bounce back? And we forget these are high school kids on a big stage. There's a lot of pressure, and you hear these fans and these parents just dumping on them and, you got to make a better play. Hey man, go stretch, drink your pickle juice and hydrate and come out here and play. Otherwise keep it quiet. They're high school kids. I heard that last week through social media. Sac State is trying to get to 8-0 in football, ranked 2nd nationally, and people were sending me notes. Well, that Jake Dunaway sure sucks, and that coach Troy Taylor's overrated. And I said, hey man, there's still a 4th quarter. We'll see how it plays out. And they won. And so they're already, I guess you've arrived when people are bagging on you. And I did something, that Dunaway, he's so overrated. I did a story on the kid last week. His father is blind, and he comes to all of his games. And he can't see the games because his vision's gone out the last 3 or 4 years, but he could feel the game. And he's already graduated, Jake Dunaway has. So he's not a loser. He doesn't suck. He had 2 interceptions. And then Sac State said, okay, we'll adjust. And they did, and they won the game. So, you hear it. Katie, you've heard it over the years. Yeah. Damon hears it all the time. You guys probably hear it about your what are you guys talking about beards when we got football coming up?
Never hear that.
If it was in the stands at McClatchy High School, Cheryl and Elk Grove, she'd step to you. She'd pull up on you if you said something crazy.
There's a good chance if you say something about D-Lo and KC, Cheryl from Elk Grove will step to you.
There's no doubt. She's probably the bouncer outside your studio right now. Nice sweat top, by the way, Damian Bartley. Look at that little D-Lo and KC promotion there.
We got you, Joe D. We got you.
I'd like to have one of those. You guys have hats in those?
We do, absolutely. Actually. somewhere, but they're tucked away on the website. But
Have your bouncer
we'll
send
get
one
you.
my way.
We'll get you set up, Joe D. With so many different divisions, like is it just clearly Folsom is the best team in the region?
Well, there's some good argument, Damien, that St. Mary's is the best team in this section. Went 10-0. Beat De La Salle. We all know about De La Salle. Beat them 45-35. Folsom 2 weeks earlier beat De La Salle 24-20. So there's some of that argument there. But Folsom's in a much stronger league, the Sierra Foothill League. Is Folsom better than anybody in Division II? Probably. If your number 2 seed is Del Oro, and they handle Del Oro. So yeah, there's the other reason to go watch these high school games is go watch some of these players who are going to college. Rico Flores Jr. of Folsom is headed to Notre Dame. Not everybody goes to Notre Dame. You got to be a great student, a great player. He's a 4.0 student, a great receiver, might be an NFL guy. If running is your thing, Oak Grove football runs the triple option. They're in Division I, and they may win that bracket. Can they get past St. Mary's? Maybe. Can St. Mary's stop their run? So, I've been doing this forever, guys, and the playoffs are always fun. It's a different animal. The section championships are at Hughes Stadium at Sac City. That's a great little venue. And all section champions advance to a NorCal playoff game. That's been expanded over the years because there were years, guys, where a team could be 12-0 and didn't advance because their strength of schedule wasn't as good as the team that had 4 losses. So now it's been implemented, rightfully so. If you win a section championship, you get a chance to play for a regional championship. Well, I like that. Is it too much football? Well, maybe for that team, but not for everybody. Not everybody's playing 14 games.
Yeah, and when they get to that point, refresh my memory, Joe. I know in basketball they got an open division. Do they have that in football? Or is it still just Division I, Division II?
There was a NorCal Open Division Football Championship in 2012 and 2013, and both times Folsom had 14-0 teams. And with Jake Browning as a sophomore and junior. And then they took on De La Salle and then just had the hammer dropped on them. So then the state CIF governing body said, okay, you know what? De La Salle has been so good. If De La Salle keeps winning its section championship, we'll send them straight to the open division championship. And so they didn't have to play a regional. Well, this year they're not as good. De La Salle has the losses to Folsom and to St. Mary's and Sarah. And so let's say if Folsom wins this section championship, probably not going to be the open division entry because they have a loss to Sarah. It's way too far ahead, but that makes it interesting. So to answer your question, no, we don't have an open division. It's not going to be played this year, but it might be reintroduced down the road.
Gotcha.
And not to get too far in the weeds here, but how did Laguna Creek not make the How did they miss out?
That's kind of our adopted team on this show. So Laguna Creek went 7-3. They're of the Oak Grove Unified School District, played in the Metro League that has 2 powerhouses, Monterey Trail, Grant. Both those teams beat Laguna. It's a complex system. In the old playoff format of a couple years ago, if there were 16 teams in each division, they would have been in. But they were rated, there's a formula, and they were rated, I think, 13th out of 12. And so there was no room for him. That's a tough pill to swallow. Ryan Nill, the coach there, is an alum of the school. He has to tell his guys we didn't get in, and then it's tough. And there's other examples, Damien and Kenny, where like El Dorado High School up at Placerville, small school, they beat their rivals, Union Mine of El Dorado, like 49-20 or something. The team that lost goes to the playoffs. The team that won did not go. Different division. It's the coaches and the member schools vote on how many teams they want when they have these votings. Do we want 16 team fields? We want 12. So it's if they want change, they have to talk about it and create a plan and vote for it. You can't just do it with an email and complain. But those 2 schools have every reason to be irked. And Laguna Creek had 2 non-league games against Elk Grove Unified School District rivals, if you will, against Pleasant Grove and against Franklin. Both massive enrollment, both Division I, but they combined those 2 teams, I think, won 3 games. And so that didn't help Laguna Creek's resume. Laguna Creek has a non-league win against Roseville, which is in the playoffs. It wasn't enough. Unfortunately. Doesn't mean they don't have players. They have a guy named Malachi Bean Say, who is a fast rising recruit. He can play. guys could still get scholarships. You don't make the playoffs, but sometimes that happens. If Laguna Creek was in the Division I or Division II playoffs, they might have been seated really low and might have had a first-round game against Folsom or against Manteca. So it might have been, a quick out anyways, but they don't get that opportunity to show what they can do. And upsets do happen in the playoffs.
Shout out to my guy, Coach Neal, man. He was the Little League coach for Reese this past year, man. So good dude. He's doing a great job over there at Laguna Creek. I actually went on the bright side. Aren't they pretty young? They got a lot of young
sophomore
players.
Quarterback, a lot of young guys. I saw them in a Thursday home game, and Kissimmee River College is their home venue, and I thought, okay, there's probably not going to be anybody here. It was packed. The band was there. The students were there, and it's been something we've seen all across high school football this year and last year. Is if you have an entertaining team, the students will show up. The band will show up. The fans will show up. The alum, because it's a good product. It's a good entertainment value. So their reward was for them a playoff berth, and they didn't get it. So it's still a good season. Probably their best team in 20 years. And the work continues, and they'll keep going. They'll keep grinding.
Next year is the year also for my guys, McClatchy Lions. Next year, rough year this year. We're coming back next year, baby. We getting it going. I'm telling you, we're getting it going. Let's go.
We got to go to a basketball game and check out that great venue there.
I'm ready for basketball season, Joe D. I'm ready.
And we'll go check out some games. There's some really good basketball around here, and we got public schools like Sheldon, Intercom, Grant, Monterey Trail, and we got Jesuit will probably be our preseason number one. And Andre Stojakovic is the area's best player, the son of Peja Stojakovic, who has coached him up, and this kid is dynamite, 6'7", point guard skills. May go to Stanford, may go to Texas. I mean, he could go anywhere. Maybe a pro down the road, but what a nice mentor to have. And Peja's told me, he goes, he's got way more skills than I did at this age. Peja couldn't handle the ball like that. Nobody could shoot like Peja. Still the best shooter at the dinner table every night, but I think the kid could take the old man in the backyard hoop battles for sure.
Joe, don't announce what games you and Kenny are going to. I don't think the crowd at that McClatchy Arena could handle. If they knew Kenny Caraway was.
Well, but we'll get Kenny's mother to kind of just pave the way. Clear out.
That'll fix everything. You're the best, Joe D. We appreciate you as always, my friend.
Always good. Thanks, Damian. Thanks, Kenny. We'll talk soon.
Take care, Joe.
Joe Davidson, high school football playoffs. Getting underway.
This is my time of year. Now we got the pros, we got college starting with Sac State about to pop off. We got that, and now the high school.
I was so quietly mad at Sac State the other day when I realized their home opener is on a Friday.
Okay.
At noon.
Wait, what?
It's at noon. What am I do? What am I do now?
I ain't even gonna lie to you, Damian. I mean, we broadcasting live from the Nest? What are we doing? What we doing?
We're gonna broadcast live while the game is going on in the background.
Well, not on the court, but we'd be in front of in the lobby.
We still wouldn't be seeing the game though.
I know. Well,
we'd be there though.
We got iPads, ESPN Plus.
Yeah. Crowd reactions. We'd be like, why is everybody cheering? Look at the iPad 30 seconds later, 2 minutes later. Oh, we scored. Way to go, coach. All right. Good stuff.
That's crazy though. 12 o'clock.
12 o'clock.
Come on.
I kept thinking like,
what Friday is? What is the home? What date is it?
I believe it's the 18th. Let me confirm. Yeah, 18th, 12 o'clock. Sac State versus UC Merced.
It's Reese's birthday. Jesus.
Come on, guys. Sac State, what are we doing? A 12 o'clock start and it's Reese's birthday?
Oh my gosh.
And then, their game against UC Davis on the 22nd. It's at the Golden One Center.
That's at the G1C. What's that, Monday or Tuesday?
That's a Tuesday.
Yeah. It's going to be a good look.
Yeah, Kings
they got
play the
Long
Grizzlies.
Beach. Long Beach comes to town. Long Beach State comes. I think they won the Big West last year. They come to Sacramento.
We got some planning because we've got a lot of basketball.
Basketball got a homecoming. They have a homecoming.
Whether they do or they don't, I ain't gonna miss out on this one. I know that. I missed out on homecoming football. I ain't gonna miss out on homecoming basketball. Sac State, if there's not, let's make one. Let's make one.
Sac State with an HBCU night. Kendra, on the
Kendra,
phone.
Kendra, I know you're listening. Come on now, Kendra. Let's get this popping. We need a night. We need a night. So yeah, we've got a lot ahead in terms of high school sports, college sports to cover and to talk about here on D-Lo and KC. You remember what you were going to ask me before Joe D?
I do remember. Because Jesse brought this up last week. And did you see, I'm sure you did, Klay Thompson's reaction to Charles Barkley saying he's not the same or whatever? So they talked about that last night on the show. And at first, Jesse was like, yo, Klay, like, I understand you coming back for something, but I think he's taking a little bit, too much to heart. And at first I was like, nah, he battled back, man. Achilles, his mental is probably somewhere else. I thought about it some more. Jesse's kind of right. Charles is like, and Charles talked about it last night. He's like, I'm not saying he's a scrub. I'm saying he's not the same. Those days are behind him. Yeah. Which is the truth. But did you think because Shaq and Kenny were like, nah, man, you got to give him some more time to do this and that. You think Charles was kind of off base saying that, or was it? I thought it was fair.
I thought the way he framed it, I kind of thought like you did. The way he framed it, I thought was fair. I feel like Klay essentially said the same thing, just in a different way. And I don't know if it's because it's Charles. I feel like Charles has said significantly worse things about active players than that. I think Klay is I don't believe there's a more sensitive athlete in professional sports than a basketball player. And I think Klay is a little hypersensitive, though I can't act like I don't understand. Like, you're coming off of injury. He probably had doubts. You know what? There's the commercial with all of the days on it. Yeah. And I don't remember how many days it was, but it was a lot. Like that, yeah. Like, there's, you could say it was 930 something or whatever it was. And nah, there's some numbers on the other end, because he has doubts. There were days that he had doubts. Like, it makes for a great commercial, but an honest commercial would have been 900 to 30 or something like that, because you have doubts, especially after 2 catastrophic injuries. You have doubts. So I understand why he might be a little sensitive to that, and the fact that the Warriors aren't playing particularly great at the moment, like championship level. And very unique to a team that has the potential that the Golden State Warriors to win a title the way that they do. They got a bunch of young guys on their squad.
They do.
Like, Klay's replacement's probably on the team.
Yeah.
And that's very unique for a team that just won an NBA championship, a team that's won, what are they up to? 4 in the last handful of years. Yeah. That's probably, psychologically, that's tough and that's different. And I doubt there's any player of Klay Thompson's caliber on a championship level who's dealt with something like that before.
No, I agree with everything you said.
So I get both. I get why he's sensitive. I understand what Charles said, but I don't think what Charles said was unfair.
Yeah. And I know Steph, being the great teammate he is, came back and was backing Klay or whatever, but he's like, yeah, it's just wild how people, say these things. I bet if we look back at the end of their career, it would, it's something like it would look the same or look like, okay, settle down. The whiny Warriors are back. Whiny Warriors. They just whine and complain all the time. Why are you talking about us like this? Settle down.
If somebody doesn't isolate Kenny's side of the screen and turn that into a GIF, I'm going to be extremely disappointed.
The whiny Warriors.
Tag Bonte Hill and Butcher Boy and our whole crew.
Always just whining all the time.
I mean,
they were whining about the carrying calls yesterday.
Come on, this is a little suspect. Come on.
Hey,
it's a little
real
suspect.
Recognized real. They Jason Collins ain't never talked to a ref. Way Anthony Carter talked to the ref yesterday, allegedly.
Sources, rumors. Rumors close to D-Lo and KC say. We'll come back. We'll talk more basketball. We'll talk Kings basketball. We got Kings in Heat tonight. We've got James Ham joining us in the final hour of the show. I want to talk these college football playoff rankings as well. I want to touch on one thing right quick. Shout out to our buddy John. He's a big fan of Sac State basketball. He's a big fan of D-Lo and KC, listens regularly, just shot me a DM on IG and was like, hey, I thought 1320 carried the Sac State games. I think you guys are going to have a day off. And he's 100% right. 1320 does carry the Sac State basketball games. But those 12 o'clock starts won't preempt D-Lo and KC.
No.
We'll keep you updated on what's
Absolutely.
going on with Sac State basketball. But if the game is during our show wins.
So
Sorry, Coach Patrick.
So we're going to be on when they're playing Michigan State in the first round of the tournament at like 11:37. We'll be on. I'm speaking it into existence. Let's go.
Poor coach was on the other day. Hey, if we play well,
Sac
just
State
play hard.
versus Michigan State round 1 in Buffalo, New York.
Coach Patrick just wants his team to play hard, and Kenny's got him playing Michigan State in the first round of the NCAA tournament. We'll come back. We got Kings Heat tonight. We'll talk about that as D-Lo and KC continue on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Remind me as soon as we get back for air horns.
Okay.
Is this Warriors team like the most sensitive team of all time?
Yeah.
It might be.
Yeah. For sure.
Kenny Caraway singing in the car.
I was thugged out today.
I was listening to Beyonce, so
Hey,
was not
you won't break my soul.
that.
Cuff it?
No.
Oh,
Come on, man.
church girl?
It was on my playlist. I was on Upgrade. Best thing I ever had. Never had.
Freakum Dress came on the other day on the radio. I was like, this was a dope song too. That was the first time I think she did a video for every song.
Ooh, got the clouds behind you too. Like, look at that.
You know, that's another
Yeah,
reason why I had to
boy.
put it out there.
That boy. I cannot miss out on an opportunity to hear what Mitch has to say about movies.
I said, everybody.
I say this every week. We got to get Tracy Sandler on the show.
Yes. Yes. And it counts.
Damn. Our girl Lena won another Emmy.
Lena Washington?
Jesus, how many she got now?
Oh yeah, we got to talk to the Emmy Award winning Lena Washington.
She won 2.
Wow.
Man.
Killing the game.
We are
This is
best of
true.
Sacramento champions.
This is true.
Yeah.
Do we need a belt?
We should have one. Why has no one why wasn't there a congratulatory email sent out from our company?
You know what? That's a joke, but you know what? I'm gonna go talk to.
Why
to the
doesn't
boss.
anybody appreciate us?
That's a good point.
We're bigger crybabies than the Warriors are. Let's be real.
Oh, whiny
We're-
D-Lo and KC.
We're bigger crybabies than the Warriors are.
Hey, Ramsey, to be honest with you, man, I don't want to go there yet. I thought about it, but
Ramsey, we did an hour on this yesterday, man. Like, that wasn't enough?
I think he was just talking about like in the car and stuff like that. And,
Oh, I did that yesterday.
yeah.
I did that
I was
yesterday.
listening to some radio shows and they were playing their music, and
I did
it was
that
just
yesterday.
sad, man.
Yeah.
It was sad to hear the music.
Tired of doing that. Yeah. The cat, man, that Essentials is pretty deep, though.
For
Essentials
Migos?
is pretty deep. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Essentials is deep.
Hell yeah. They got
Yeah. Company party for Best of Sacramento at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock on Thursday. We'll celebrate D-Lo and KC and everyone who won.
Hey, how come you guys didn't show up to your own party? I don't know.
I don't know, man. We're busy being the best in Sacramento, guys.
They're gonna take a group picture.
I'm gonna start going studio to studio, asking the other stations, like, "Hey, did you guys win Best of Sacramento?" Nah.
Oh, you didn't? Oh, can't relate.
They're gonna take a company picture in front of the window while we're working, and they just got like drinks and everything. Like, we're celebrating.
Just change all those call letters on the screen above here, so it says KUDL, KSFM, and then where it says KIFM, it says Best of Sacramento.
I'll just put winner right there.
Winner. Oh, Aldrin J. I was listening to that. That's one that I was listening to yesterday.
Woo!
Yeah.
Separate.
Yeah.
I always loved the culture intro. They body. That's when I was like, yo.
Yeah, when they first dropped, you know what? I think it was a legit hit record. Motorsport's a dope track.
Oh, hell yeah.
I know that got play. Like, it's not like a deep cut. Like, that's a dope track.
Hell yeah.
Y'all hit the thumbs up.
Threw Cardi on there too. It's like,
Yeah.
Let's
Yeah.
go.
Yeah.
Nah, they got, and I'm sure they're probably like even more day ones that know more stuff, but they got like 20.
Yeah. Live on twitch.tv/ESPN1320 and youtube.com/ESPN1320 as well.
Hey, my mistake. Me for even letting it go this far.
Mm-hmm.
But can I get the air horns for me real quick? Happy birthday, VV. Happy 13th birthday to
Let's
VV,
go.
the daughter of our guy, Mark Primo. His daughter, VV, turned 13 today. So big ups to her. Happy birthday from D-Lo and
Happy
KC.
birthday indeed. If you want to get your birthday shout outs in, give us a call 916-909-1320.
No call of the night tonight to get nothing. Tomorrow there'll be a call.
Tomorrow you can win nothing.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yeah.
So be prepared. Tomorrow you can call in and win nothing. Today you
Hopefully-
can just call and talk.
Hopefully it'll be another Kings win. They're 6.5
so.
point favorite. Or excuse me, underdog.
Oh,
Yeah.
like, whoa.
That was a slip. That was a slip.
Whoa.
6.5 point underdog. in
Okay.
Miami tonight.
Okay.
So,
Second night of a back-to-back. That seems like a lot.
yeah.
Seems like a lot.
You think it'd be different if Fox was playing? Like maybe it'd be a 3-point
Yeah,
favorite?
that's a good point. Sure, I do. Yeah, that probably swayed them a little bit. They don't know though.
They don't know.
They
gonna
don't know
find
about
out
hashtag
tonight,
do the
though.
work. Yeah, they're
They
gonna find out.
They're gonna find out tonight. And look, they're a great team or whatever the case may be. But they went hard to get that Warriors win last night.
Absolutely.
So, maybe the tank is a little bit closer to E.
And there were big minutes, like 37 for Jimmy, 37, for Bam. Like
Hey,
they worked. That
if
was a fight.
If I'm the Kings, make these boys work tonight. Make them work early. Pass that ball around on the defensive end.
Run.
Run. Make them work. Bring them into the deep waters
Yeah.
and see how their conditioning is early in the season.
Yeah, I'm with that. Yeah, I'm with that. 916-909-1320 if you want to get in on the phone lines. I believe we got Mitch on the line.
Hey, our guy.
Mitch better have my money. Mitch, what's happening?
Damon, Casey, how you guys doing?
Great.
Good, man. What's going on with you?
Hey, on the 11th, my grandson will be 4 months old.
Nice.
What does he get? Yeah, I'm spoiled, hon. It's okay.
He gets some air
I got
horns.
it.
Absolutely.
Here's some-
on the
he-
11th, that's 9 days away. So remind us
Yeah.
on the 11th. Call back in on the 11th. And get the air horns for sure.
He's gonna be a big boy, and I think he's got more hair on top of his head than I do.
Well,
Never mind for the George Costanza look.
I'll send him a Giants hat to make sure his head is warm.
I think wearing hats too much causes balloons, but I don't know. I don't know what to make anymore. Hey, there weren't that many good movies. I haven't gone to a movie in 5 years. The best movies were in the 80s. Jim Carrey's old movie. I think Jim Carrey's old best movie, which you can see over and over, to me, is Dumb and Dumber. But the two best lines, one comes from Dumb and Dumber, is Ebony and Ivory. I'm sorry, that's Wesley Snipes and White Men Can't Jump. and Eddie Murphy and Beverly Hills Cop 1. I'm not falling for the banana in the tailpipe. I don't do so well. I apologize. And what do you think, USC getting to the top 4? You Northern California schools got to help me out with it with the Ducks. Is that possible? And thanks for taking my call. Enjoy yourselves.
That's the goat.
I just,
That's the goat. That's the goat. That's the goat.
I don't-
Mitch will never be topped. All you callers calling, Mitch will never be topped. He's top one of one.
From now on, every caller is just, this is not Mitch. You can continue.
That's the GOAT. Come on, man. He just dropped 50. He just dropped 50. He just dropped
He
50.
just dropped the double nickel at the Garden. Deuce Mason checking in ahead of Night Chat tonight says, my birthday is in 8 months. Let me get a shout out real fast. Happy birthday, Deuce, in
Happy birthday,
8 months.
Deuce. Oh, man.
Yeah,
but Mitch said
there was something about Dumb and Dumber and
he
Ebony
says
and Ivory.
He says Dumb and Dumber is the best Jim Carey movie.
Okay.
He said they don't make good movies anymore. It's only in the 80s and 90s.
And I don't think Dumb and Dumber came out in the 80s.
And then he said, yeah, my favorite part on Dumb and Dumber was, Ebony and Ivory. And he said, oh, wait, that's White Men Can't Jump. Anyway.
And then he threw in the USC and
USC. Well, he did set us up there. Shout out to Mitch, because college football playoff. And I do want to say something about that. Man, no respect on the West Coast. I don't even know if USC wins out that they can get in. Now they would have one loss, but there'll be another one loss. Team. I don't know. Maybe I'm stepping on the whole thing. What's the 4 teams? Number 1, Tennessee.
Yeah, number 2, Ohio State.
Ohio State. 2
Ohio. Number 2 is the Ohio State.
No, number 2 is Ohio. Number 3.
It is the Ohio State, and number 3 is Georgia, and number 4 is Clemson.
Number 4, Clemson. 5, Michigan. 6,
5
Alabama.
sucks to be 5.
Well, we always
stop
gonna be there for a
booking
little while.
non-conference trash, and maybe you'd be ranked in the top 4.
Excuse me, isn't that the pot calling the kettle black?
Well, get racial here. I don't wanna...
Never thought about it. Why? Why would they do that,
bro? I gotta tell you something. That listen, I don't know where this. Hold on. Let me find. This was sent to me yesterday. I don't know what platform this is searched on. I could see Google on the side. I don't know if this is like a Chromecast or I don't know what it is. But it's he searched No Holds Barred on Google.
Oh my God.
No Holds Barred, the movie.
Yeah.
With Hulk Hogan versus Debo versus Zeus. So for those who aren't aware, tiny list: Zeus, Debo from Friday.
Yeah.
Black, Hulk Hogan.
Absolutely.
All-American.
Yeah.
Very white.
Yeah.
The description of the movie. It only got 1 star, by the way.
I mean, it's better than 1
10%
star.
rating. Have you watched it?
Not lately.
Oh, it's tough.
What was the weird scene where he was doing push-ups?
Yes, he had split the bed in half. He was doing push-ups, and it was shot in a very weird way. Why
was that in the movie?
But the description of the movie, Hulk Hogan versus Zeus, No Holds Barred. The description of the movie.
Got you.
A TV network boss pits a wrestler called Zeus against a wrestler called Rip in a racial match.
Oh my gosh. I missed that part of the movie. I didn't know that's what.
I swear to you, that's the description of the movie. A TV network boss pits a wrestler called Zeus against a wrestler called Rip in a racial match. Is this like a race on a pole match?
Yeah, I didn't remember that being. Maybe I was young. Maybe it just went over my head.
So Zeus lost. Is Zeus a white guy now? I don't understand. How do racial match? That's the one match I don't think WWE has actually done.
It's coming now. Trips is there, so I don't know. If Vince was still there.
Trips is there. The guy who came out in blackface. Oh yeah, he'll never do anything. He'll never do anything sketchy. I fell out when I saw that.
I never understood.
I fell out.
I never thought about it being that type of movie.
There's a rumor that Vince was like, "Oh, you got a black guy versus a white guy. It looks better on screen. That's why Apollo was black and Rocky was white. Say it looks better on screen."
Yo, Vince was crazy.
I don't know if Vince said that. That was there's a belief that I actually think it was Tiny Lister that said this in the casting call in the Hollywood trades.
Yeah.
They were specifically looking for a black actor who could stand opposite Hulk Hogan. So you had to have a certain size, you had to have a certain look to stand. Remember, Hulk Hogan in 1989 is he's probably 6'4", 6'5", pushing 300. He was always announced at 305. I don't know if that's a work or not, but he was always big.
305. That's not even well proportioned.
Well, look at Hogan in the 80s though. He's just puffy. Hogan's like bland. He's like the earth. He's like 90% water. Them old needles cause you to well. His face looks a lot like Luka. He's just like a perfectly round face. He goes to WCW and it's all like shaped. In WWE, he's got this perfectly round face.
Yeah,
puffy as hell.
Yeah, I didn't hear that description.
Yeah, that was the description of No Holds Barred. You're listening to D-Lo and KC as if you had any doubt on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Driven by our friends over at Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, and always live and free on the Odyssey app. You can download the Odyssey app on your smartphone, no matter what your operating system is. Sign up. It's completely free. Just enter an email address or your Facebook account or whatever suits you, and you can listen to ESPN 1320 and D-Lo and KC whenever you would like, right there on your phone. Okay, back to the rankings. Michigan's at number 5.
Wait a minute. What are you bringing that up for?
Well, that's where this started. The pot called the kettle black. I said that's a little racist, and that led us to No Holds Barred.
Damn.
You got to keep up, man.
I'm about to watch that movie.
This is a tough show to keep up with.
I'm about to watch that movie.
It's a racial match between Zeus and Hulk Hogan. Or I'm sorry, it wasn't Hulk Hogan. It was Zeus and Rip.
Zeus came to the WWF.
For a little while after that. That's right. He was terrible.
Didn't he rip off, or was that in the movie when he ripped off the cage?
That was in the movie.
Oh, okay.
That was in the movie.
I get my movies and wrestling.
One of my favorite things about No Holds Barred is that it's Hulk Hogan, a fictional character in a make-believe world. Hulk Hogan playing another fictional character in the movie world. So it's Terry Bollea, the man, playing the character Hulk Hogan, who's now playing the character of Rip. It's fantastic.
All they did was change the colors.
That's it. I did want a blue base because it's a dope color. It's baby
it was
blue.
Fire. I mean,
and baby blue Rip 'em shirts.
That was my guy back in the day. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. I had my little blue weights.
I got bad news for you, brother. You were not his guy, as we learned later.
Absolutely not. He did not want me to be with Brooke.
He did not, and it shouldn't be lost that I think this was the birth of I think this conversation. Oh no, that was the guy who said, I wish we had saved the call where my man said, I know, I feel you. I know you can't. I understand that you can't, you love Hulk Hogan. I feel the same way about O.J. Simpson. I wish we had saved that call.
I do remember that.
I don't see those things as the same thing, but I get it.
Did you see Fabulous for Halloween?
No. Oh, no, he wasn't O.J. Simpson, was he?
I'll let you pull it up on Instagram while I talk about how unfair the college football committee is being.
Oh, stop
Michigan.
It is set up just fine.
They are being unfair to SC. SC don't have a shot. I mean, they'd have to have a bunch of losses. Like, everybody have to lose. And I don't think that's going to happen. You know, a team that doesn't need to be in there, to be honest with you.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
He said, I'm not Fab, I'm OJ. And he's got a
white Bronco.
That's not okay.
No.
Come on, Fabulous. Don't do that.
No, and
that's not okay.
He's getting it off. He was like, yeah, I'm here.
He's dressed as O.J. Simpson, the football player, with a white Ford Bronco. That's such a bad look.
Oh,
come on, man. Don't do that.
Emily B, if he was still with her, she would have told him don't do it.
Well, that's why we've got to make better decisions in life.
But yeah, man. They're shutting out the West Coast again.
West Coast got to be better.
They're 7-1.
Against who?
They beat. I'm trying to think about this off the top of my head.
Here's the thing, man. Until these conferences get further squished up, it's going to be tough getting West Coast representative because there's no conference. There's a very real scenario that actually could play out in the coming days.
Yeah, they ain't beating nobody.
We're 4 spots. 3 belong to the Southeastern Conference,
And one is an ACC.
which is ridiculous.
That is
ridiculous.
ridiculous.
That's ridiculous.
That's what happened. Clemson,
ACC stinks.
who I don't think is that good, is playing in a conference the equivalent
That's right.
of the
I
Pac-12.
completely agree. Completely agree.
And they just gonna get a pass.
Yep.
And then they're gonna get beat in the first round. They're not beating any of those top 3 teams.
They're not beating Ohio,
Michigan and Alabama.
Yeah, they're not
I don't
beating
know if they
Michigan,
beat
right?
TCU.
They got Alabama at 6. Is that the lowest they've been rated in
Feels like it.
college football playoff
Yeah, feels like it.
rankings?
SC, I'm looking at SC schedule. I don't think they'll be able to get there because they got UCLA. They're going to need UCLA to win out. Then they're going to have to beat them. And then they got Oregon in the Pac-12 title game, hopefully. But I don't know if that's going to be enough for them to leapfrog anybody. The other thing about this is Tennessee number 1. Oh my! I didn't even realize this till yesterday afternoon.
Yeah.
Going to Athens.
That's
on
why they're number
Saturday.
1. That's why they're number 1. You
So
give them
they're
their
number
shine,
1.
you give them the acknowledgement, and then if you win, there's no question they're number 1 because you've beaten Alabama and Georgia. It's not a
Right.
conversation.
Right.
But if you lose, it's like, oh,
But if they and here we go, we do this every year. But if they were 3, because I almost kind of feel like Tennessee's getting set up a little bit. If they were 3 and lost to number 1, you could say, well, they lost the number 1 team on the road. Like you won't really knock them for that, right?
mhm.
But if you're 1 and you lose to 3, that may hit a little harder.
Well, it might. And this game plays them out of the SEC championship. If I'm
Mhm.
mistaken, if they lose to
Mhm.
Georgia, if I'm not mistaken, this keeps them out of the SEC championship. So they
Yeah.
lose that extra opportunity to get in.
Yeah.
Which means it's tough. Yeah, it's tough.
It's set up. So is it once again set up to get Alabama in there somehow?
Oh, Alabama has a very clear path to the only thing that throws Alabama, I think, is if Tennessee beats Georgia, they play Bama again,
Mhm.
right?
Mhm. In Tennessee beats Georgia, and they play Bama. They're in.
I think so too.
Yeah, Tennessee.
Yeah, I think so too.
Tennessee's in, and if they lost, even if they lost to Alabama, they'd be in, and then Bama would get in by beating Tennessee. So there's 2 teams there: Ohio State, Michigan. Winner of that.
I
gets
think
in.
what that showed us, though, what the 5 versus the 4 showed us, because
Mhm.
I thought Michigan was going to be 4.
Mm.
I thought Clemson was going to be 5, or I actually thought Clemson was going to be 6, and I thought Alabama was going to be 5.
Mhm.
But I think what that shows is Michigan and Ohio State can't both get in,
No.
because the way that they're playing, there's a discussion.
Yeah,
There's a discussion to be had.
Yeah.
But with Michigan being 5, I think they've set it up to where, okay, the winner of the Big Ten
yeah,
is getting in.
because last year when they played, Michigan had a loss, right? I think Michigan had a loss, and Ohio State
I
was
feel like Ohio
undefeated.
State.
No, Ohio State had a loss.
Yeah, I was
They
going to
lost
say
to
I think
Oregon.
Ohio State had a loss
They
because
lost to
Michigan
Oregon.
got in the playoff last year.
Yeah, and I'm trying to think. They were undefeated, I guess. I'm trying to think of how they would be able to set it up if they're both undefeated, and they need a couple of different losses. But if they're both undefeated and they play each other, the loser.
Tennessee would have to win. Tennessee would have to beat Georgia,
Mhm.
which is possible, but they'd have to beat Alabama again.
Yeah.
And because that blows Alabama out. They're not in the conversation anymore.
Then Clemson.
Clemson
would be
just
in.
gets a free pass to the college football playoff every year.
Mm.
And then it probably
killer would
I
be-
don't remember
If
who's
I'm
after.
if I'm angry,
Alabama.
the killer it's TCU. TCU could go undefeated
See,
and not get in.
Yeah, TCU is probably pissed. Which there's always the school that's upset. TCU is probably upset. Because they could win out and it not matter. Like you just said that. They could win out and it not matter.
See, if I was college football committee, I was trying to fix this thing, I'd go for Georgia, Michigan, or Ohio State, Alabama, and I would get SC in there. I'd give SC every opportunity to get in there above Oregon.
Why?
Oregon, I wouldn't really trip off. SC gonna travel, and SC gonna bring your LA market.
I think
They don't
I
need
think
it.
you're doing the I love LA thing again.
Oh no, what you mean?
I don't know that USC still. I don't know that they still hit like that. Like, I mean, someone in Tuscaloosa cares about.
No, I don't think they care, but
USC.
I'm saying like for,
Yeah, okay.
for
Let's
the viewership, you're getting LA.
Someone
You
in
may not-
Bakersfield cares about USC. Like you
Absolutely.
gonna pull numbers
Absolutely.
from that Los Angeles. The Lakers playing at the same time. You gonna pull numbers?
Yeah.
That sorry ass Laker team.
Yeah, you'll pull numbers.
I ain't even gonna ask about the Rams and the Chargers because we already know the answer to that.
SC, no, for sure.
Okay.
You get California.
Really trying to.
You get California involved.
I think we need a test run just to make sure the Pac-12 is ready for this. We need to.
We had a test run. Oregon got backhanded. by
First
Georgia.
week of the season.
Yeah.
First night of the season.
Oregon does not fit in this equation, right? Like, so I say I'm trying to get them
No.
in. Is they're not going to get the West Coast like hyped up.
No.
So if it came down to
It's
Oregon,
only USC.
if it came down to Oregon, I would Montreal screw job this thing to make sure they weren't in.
Well, Oregon screwed Oregon, so sometimes that stuff happens.
But if I was the committee,
Earl
and I could
Hefner
find a
calling
way-
off sides.
How much for the plastic surgery, brother?
The evil referees. Is that Dave Hepner or is that Dave Hepner?
If I was the committee though, and I could finagle a way to get SC in there over, no, it's hard to say because it would probably be over Clemson, and you still have the South. So maybe you just say, whatever, we don't need SC, we got the South. But for me being on the West Coast, I would like to see SC in there over Clemson.
Yeah, I mean, you'll get that in a few years.
Mm-hmm.
You just when it's 4, you're not going to get it.
Mm-hmm.
You're just not going to get it when it's 4.
Yeah.
And I'm with you on Clemson though. Clemson don't have no business in this conversation. They haven't for a long time.
Clemson actually has.
They have like 12 tune-up games.
To be fair though, they've beaten 3 ranked opponents.
Okay, who have they beat?
Wake Forest, NC State, and Syracuse.
Did you just read me a basketball schedule? No, we're talking football.
number.
I'm not asking you about their placement in the tournament in March. I'm talking about football. Wake Forest?
Number 21 Wake Forest, number 10 NC State, and number 14 Syracuse.
You moved by any of that?
I'm not, but who should get in over them? TCU should get in over them.
No, Michigan should. I would have put Michigan in.
Yeah.
I would have put Michigan in. I
Absolutely.
would have put Michigan in the initial 4.
But I'll be fair. Michigan don't have those wins. They ain't played nobody yet. They got Penn State.
Okay, so but that's fine, and you're right. And Clemson is here because of what they've done over the years. Clemson is here because of what they've done over the years. Look at what you got to give that same respect to Michigan. I can't believe I'm making this argument right now.
It's a great argument.
But you got to give that same
And
respect to Michigan if you're carrying this stuff over.
I can't believe I'm arguing against it because Clemson is 8-0 with a better resume than Michigan to this year. Clemson got 3 top 25 wins. Michigan got 1.
An inevitable 41-39 loss the day after Thanksgiving, the Saturday after Thanksgiving. That's a better quality loss than any of those wins from Clemson.
Maybe it will be. They ain't losing, but maybe if they.
I just told you what's going to happen. That's exactly what's going to happen.
What'd you say? What was the score?
As Paul Heyman would say, that's not a prediction. That's a spoiler.
What was the score?
41-39.
We went losing. We ain't giving up 41 to Ohio State. What's my man's name at the G1C? The Ohio State guy down by the court.
Oh, Reggie.
Yeah, man. Where Reggie at, man? Where Reggie at? We ain't giving up 41 to Reggie in Ohio State, man. We ain't doing that.
We'll see. Seen it before. We've
We
seen it
going to the
before.
horseshoe.
The-
we're
what
going to
this all
Buck.
boils down to is that they set this up for television purposes. They know what they're doing. These matchups. I mean, Tennessee and Georgia. Tennessee has been an incredible story this season, and it's a big deal in the South for Tennessee football to be back.
Yeah.
And they got this first number 1 spot. Now you beat Georgia, you earned it. There ain't no question about that. But you lose, it's like, okay, everything else will figure itself out. If you're Tennessee, despite what you've already done, you're going to have the toughest road moving forward just because Georgia is in your side of the division.
Right.
We'll come back. We'll talk more. I want to actually talk NFL football.
Oh, major news.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Yeah. We'll talk about it. Phone line's open, 916-909-1320. James Ham coming up. Kings basketball on the way, much more ahead. It's Stealing with Casey on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Let me get a little 13th round action up in here. I don't know if I ain't seen Dr. David in here today, so I don't know if he's here, but oops, wrong mouse. There he is, Dr. David Ramsey. You gotta show love. All right. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to my people over at Meister Watches. Big ups to my people over at Jordan Brand, always showing love. Shout out to Donna's Dope and the Dope Ones, always showing love. And I had to talk a little bit about this IG Live rant, explanation, truth. I don't know what to call it that Terrence Bud Crawford did yesterday. Now, let me be the first one to say, Terrence he's telling his side of the story, he's saying what he's saying. I like Terrence as a fighter. I'm not here to discredit him as a fighter or anything like that. He is one of the great fighters in the game today for sure. But that story that he came up with, that he said, at the very least, it's filled with negligence. All right. I'm not even going to say it's a flat out lie or nothing like that, but at the very least, it's filled with negligence. And he talks about how, I knew I was getting effed and I would have done that just because I wanted to fight that bad. I would have took $0 guaranteed just because I wanted to fight that bad. Okay, then why didn't you do it? Like, what do you mean? I would have took zero. I would have took zero guaranteed. I would have, I knew I was getting screwed. So, I would have took it anyway. But yet here we are. You're not taking a fight. What are you talking about? So I don't understand that. And then you hear him talking about BLK Prime, saying that's the future and all this other stuff. And, he's trying to sound like Floyd, talking about Spence ain't his own boss. I'm my own boss. I can make my moves. Look, man, we want to see you in the best fights possible because you're one of the great fighters in the game. What you're doing right now is you're completely sabotaging this fight. This fight's never going to happen. It's unfortunate, but this fight's never going to happen. And regardless of whose fault it is and all this other who's ducking who, it's just bad for boxing that this fight doesn't happen. And I'm upset about that. That's the 13th round. I don't know what Terrence was talking about yesterday. I have no clue. Dr. David, you keep saying that. Floyd tried to tell you it wasn't happening because they knew Bud was doing what he was doing. That's what I'm telling you. Bud didn't want the fight. He didn't want the fight. It's okay. He didn't want the fight. I don't know why he didn't want the fight. I'm not here to say he's scared or nothing, but it's clear. It is clear as day. He did not want the fight. He didn't want the fight was there, and he walked away from it. What are we talking about? He came in and said, I would have took the fight for zero money guaranteed. All right, well, why didn't you? What are you talking? The fight's there. Even if that's true, I don't necessarily believe that. But even if it's true that they were offering no guaranteed money, he said, I would have took the fight for no money guaranteed. Okay, this came out of your mouth. Well, why didn't you take the fight then? What are we talking about? Fam, come on, man. Come on, man. Jay Hardaway, I know that's your man. You don't believe that. You don't believe. The BBC wants Bud to fight for free. Come on, man. Come on now. That's really what it comes down to, Aldrin. I mean, I don't. It don't really matter whose fault it is or who ducked who. The bottom line for boxing fans is the fight ain't happening, and that's the worst part of it all. Fight ain't happening. That's whack. So the blame game is whatever, but at the end of the day, we're the ones that lose. Because Spence and Crawford gonna be all right. They gonna eat. They gonna get a bag somewhere. They gonna be just fine. We the ones that miss out on a great fight.
Nine 916-909-1320. You want to get in on the conversation? We'd love to hear from you, though Mitch has already called, so it'll be a little tough to follow that.
Hey, man, I won't mention this guy's name. I'll give him his initials. OJS.
That was a classic.
Mitch is, Deuce said it earlier in the chat, Mitch is a legit legend. An absolute legend. As is James Ham. He'll be with us at the top of the 3 o'clock hour. We'll talk Kings basketball with him. Of course, De'Aaron Fox out tonight as the Sacramento Kings take on. There was video, by the way. I think it was Anthony Slater that posted this. De'Aaron Fox was out on the court.
That's good.
So
news.
I mean, it was pretty clear yesterday from multiple people that this isn't considered to be something serious, and he's going to be evaluated on a day-to-day and a game-to-game basis with the Sacramento Kings. This is the Kings' longest break, by the way. They'll play tonight. It's Drape's laid out the plan for us. They're staying overnight. They're having the off day in Miami. So just
is KOD still around out there? I don't even know if KOD is out there.
Keep that in the back of your mind as we head into Saturday's game. But Thursday, Friday, that's their longest break. Then they play basketball every other day. I think it's like for 12 days. So he'll be evaluated on a game-to-game basis. Hopefully he's back Saturday, but he was out. He was on the floor. He was getting some shots up and he was moving around. So
it's great to see.
If you're looking for, good signs for Saturday, that's got to be one.
Yeah, I think I still think he comes back on Saturday. So that's good to see. It's good to see. Maybe they, like you said, they wait till they get back to the West Coast. Comes back against the Warriors on Monday. But I think he comes back on Saturday.
Yeah. I was encouraged by that video that he was out there. I will talk a lot more about the Kings and the Heat. Do want to mention this. It's a developing story. But it's a big story if it winds up happening. Adam Schefter reported this morning that Daniel Snyder they hired like the Bank of America securities team or something like that to explore what selling the Washington Commanders would look like.
Yeah.
The franchise as it stands, and this is just incredible. The franchise right now stands at $5.6 billion. That's the valuation of the Washington Commanders. By the way, Dan Snyder bought it for like $800 million.
Wow.
It's worth $5.6 billion. That is allegedly what it's worth.
Mm-hmm.
That is not what it's going to sell for, but that's what it's worth. And this could be the sale of the Washington football team. This could be one of the most monumental sports sales we've seen, at least in terms of North American sports in history.
Absolutely. Off the top of my head, I think this would get to like 7. I think it get to 7.5. Like that would be monumental, especially with like, remember what we talked about with like the Knicks and how not they can only go so high in its evaluation, but one of the things they don't have in their back pocket is building a new arena.
Mm-hmm.
The Commanders, they should have stayed the football team.
Oh,
they should have stayed the football team.
You're having some moments today, boy. Pot and kettles, and I just call them the Washington Commander football team now. That's
they
what I
should have
go
stayed
with.
the football team.
Washington Commander football team.
But they do have that in their back pocket. The stadium's a dump, and they can build one in a number of different places. They can go into DC,
and you can promise FedEx the naming rights if they get in on it early.
Yeah,
man,
that's gonna be a monster. It feels like Dan Snyder. Somebody got in his ear and was like, all that tough talk. Like we will get you up out of here. You keep talking crazy. Like
no. I think what happened is someone got in Dan Snyder's ear, sure, but slid like a manila envelope in front of him and said, take a look at this. This is what we have now, and we're not done.
Mm-hmm.
So 2 things can happen. We can explore the option of selling this team, and the contents of this manila envelope and everything else we're finding out stays in these manila envelopes, and no one ever finds out about them.
Yeah.
Or everybody finds out about them.
Right.
Those are the options. And that's what I think happened. Because remember, this is the same guy who said, I'm never going to change the name of the team.
He talked tough all the time.
It's the same guy who said, I'm never going to change the name of the team, and said until FedEx came along and said, hey, Brody, you're going to change the name of the team. Because we've got enough money to ensure that you're going to change the name of the team.
Yeah.
And they did.
Yep.
That's what this is.
That's what always cracked me up.
He's not doing this.
Tough.
He's not doing this on his own.
Nah.
He's doing this because he knows they have something, and he knows it. For the first time, he knows they have something. Shoot, maybe it was Jim Irsay. Maybe Jim Irsay going public and saying, nah, he's been bad for the league, and there's enough talk. There's movement. This could absolutely happen.
Well, what to me, kind of what happened too, and I don't know what came first, but him trying to bully the other owners. Like, I think if he would have laid low and shut his mouth, they probably let him live. But when he was like, "Oh, I dare you to come at me, I'm gonna bring everybody else." Oh, you gonna bring us down?
So
you gonna bring us down?
Okay. I agree with you, but he's also insistent that didn't happen.
No, it don't matter. It's out there.
It is out
That's
there.
all that matters.
That's it. And if I'm Jerry Jones, I'm like, you gonna do?
Exactly.
Jerry's like, bro, I can make you disappear. You're big in your little world, but I run this thing.
Right. I think when that came out there, whether he said it, whether somebody set him up, the fact that got out there was like them like, oh, that's how you feel?
I feel like Jerry and Robert Kraft had like a mega power style handshake, and they formed a union to get Dan Snyder out of there, where they're like, look, we don't need that much.
Yeah.
We need to recruit a handful of guys. We know Mark out in Las Vegas will do whatever we tell him to do. Let's see if we can get some of these
Same
other
with
guys.
Kroenke.
Yeah, let's get Kroenke doesn't care. He's not even interested in any of this stuff.
No.
Let's get the crazy thing about this. We just said, yo, this franchise is going to sell for $7 billion. Like seriously, how many people have $7 billion to put into a sports franchise? Because the NFL, they're not the ownership groups. There ain't going to be 40 people owning the Washington football team.
Right.
Like there's Jeff Bezos. There's the guy who just bought Twitter. Like there's a handful of I think there's very literally a handful of people that could pull this off
Mhm.
in this country. Maybe they have their eyes on, maybe there are potential owners, from out of the country, but
Right.
we're talking $7 billion. And it's not just prove to us you have $7 billion. You've got to have a lot more than $7 billion because you've got to be able to run this organization and you've got to be able to prove you can make us money. We don't care what you do. We care what you do for us.
Right.
And that can't be more than two handfuls of people.
And you talk about, that's a great point by you.
The
but-
Washington Prime. That's what they're going to be called. This is every season ticket holder gets free Amazon Prime because Jeff Bezos is going to buy them.
So I'm looking into this right now, and I don't know if any of these people would be interested. But you got, like you said, Elon Musk.
Which would the
right now I'm looking at, he's at 219 billion. Jeff Bezos is 171. Bill Gates is 129.
Bill Gates doesn't want to do this. Warren Buffett doesn't want to do this.
Mark Zuckerberg, no. Michael Bloomberg
Well-
is at 82. Larry Ellison.
There's one.
106.
There's one.
Yeah.
That's a
Phil
good one.
Knight is at 47.
I feel like if he wanted this, he would have done it already. What did he just
He's going to
do?
be waiting for the Seahawks.
Oh, that's what. Okay.
They're going to be waiting for that. So, and you say that, and you're right. The other thing about that is we're talking about, we're talking about like there's going to be like $15 billion out there for the split up between two teams. We're looking for two groups that
Counting
have
Phoenix?
two people that have $7 billion to pay for a team. Where Phoenix might go for like 5 or something like that.
Yeah,
but-
Phoenix is probably going for like four or 5 or something like
Yeah.
that. Which makes me wonder, like, is the number actually higher for Washington? Is it
It
higher
might,
than
that's
7?
why I say 7.5.
Like, could
maybe
7 and a
8.
half. Okay.
Because if it's 5, if
Could it get to 10?
the valuation is at 5.5 or whatever,
No, 5.6. Yeah.
5.6, maybe you do double that.
So, but it would be double if Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos both wanted it, or those guys in the $100 billion range
Mhm.
wanted it.
Larry
Every
Ellison's at
billionaire is going to have
106.
every billionaire is going to have something attached to him. Jeff Bezos, I mean, people can feel how they want to about him, but would you rather have Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk?
Bezos.
Right. Would you rather have Jeff Bezos or Michael Bloomberg?
I don't know
Like,
much about
but Bloomberg's he's attempted a political career multiple times. I don't know, man. And who did they just bring? The Carolina owner, is it Tepper? I feel like it was something Tepper. He's different.
Mm-hmm.
Like he thinks different than Jerry Jones and Stan
Right.
Kroenke and some of those guys do. I don't think they want another guy who thinks different, or at least that different.
Right. Yeah, this is interesting to see where this goes, because I really think it's just going to be a boatload of money. And
It's
like
going to
you-
be, if
and
this
like you
is real,
mentioned-
it's going to be insane.
And like you mentioned, what type of people have that out there? Like, it's going to be a boatload of money. The other thing about all this is I had my
Somebody
ear to the
wants-
street.
Get David and Roger on the phone. Like, hey, I want to buy them both. How much for a both? How much for both? We got a package deal here.
Well, I
for the
did.
Phoenix Suns.
I did say earlier in the day on Twitter, I'd like to put my hat in the ring to buy the Commanders.
Okay.
I also said, full transparency, I will forfeit every game they play against the 49ers.
Mhm. Okay.
Just
I
what
mean,
it is.
You're up there in that Bezos, Elon Musk range of money. So
Well, I mean, it's not what I have in liquid. It's what I'm worth.
it's what's in the market. Yeah. You just Kenny's got to move some things around. Sorry, gotta move some things around.
Yeah, that's gonna be great. But I had my ears to the street of DC, of the DMV area, and they are dead serious when they said a parade will happen the day that they're sold.
Oh, Washington Commander Twitter went nuts when that report came out. They went absolutely nuts when that came out. Like,
Yeah.
they hate that dude.
Yeah.
Absolutely hate that dude.
Yeah.
He has to be one of the most hated individuals in all of sports.
He is.
Dan Snyder.
And here's the crazy thing about it. Like, and this is where I go back and maybe it's just me, defending Uncle V a little bit.
Probably.
But when they talk about, oh, he's a terrible owner, he's worst owner in sports, all because the team isn't winning. Well, this guy's gone to the playoffs like 5 times.
Yeah. He's also under like congressional investigation.
Right.
Like, come on.
Right. Like sometimes it's not as black and white as if whether or not your team is winning or not. That makes you a good owner.
Yeah.
Of a franchise.
No, he's terrible. He is a despicable human being.
Guess who's on right now in the home studio on NBA TV?
In the home studio?
Yeah, well, I'm not home, so I guess it's not the home studio.
It's like, what? I don't know.
I guess it's on NBA TV right now. Your man, the greatest player to ever play the game.
Russell Westbrook?
No, he's coming on next.
Oh.
Victor Wembanyama.
Oh, that's on now.
Yeah,
okay.
I don't think this is live though. But there he is. We're gonna see his whole season like we watched Sac State.
Yeah.
Just all
Yeah.
every game.
Stockton Brian 209 said, Tyrese? Is Tyrese on right now? Yeah. You know what's crazy? This is wild. The Commander, the football team they're 4-4. They're competing for a playoff spot with the San Francisco 49ers.
Jeez.
Like,
Can't believe it.
like Deborah Cox. How did you get here? You're not supposed to be here. Like,
That's crazy.
Also, Carson Wentz is never getting another job.
No.
Oh,
They should have had Heineke there from the time he got them into the playoffs a couple years ago.
Man,
I don't even know if he's any good, but he earned that opportunity.
he's better than
got
Carson
them-
Wentz.
Absolutely. He got them into the playoffs. He earned an opportunity to play and to have that job. So, yeah.
They're 4-4. They're competing. Of course, we haven't talked a ton of football this week because 49ers are on a bye week.
Yeah,
so.
we chilling this week, baby. We chilling. We chilling. You know what I mean?
And I had a lot more confidence in the Raiders than I had a lot more confidence at like 10 o'clock on Sunday than I do now. I don't really know what to do with them.
The Raiders got this
They're
week?
going to have to string a couple of
They got the
wins
Jags?
together. They got the Jacksonville Jaguars. Yeah. They're going to have to string a couple of wins together before I buy into that. Browns on bye. This is going to be an interesting red zone week because the Browns, Broncos, Steelers, Cowboys, Giants, and 49ers all on buys.
Wow, those are some heavy hitters.
They sure are.
Those are some NFL heavy hitters.
Prime
right there.
time games tomorrow. Eagles
Man,
and
it's already
Texans.
Wednesday.
Yeah, tomorrow's Thursday. Yeah.
Get your picks
in.
I checked that earlier today, and I think I'm like 50 something. The leaders right now: Kurt S, Michael Wood,
All right,
Nicholas
Michael. Kurt.
Logie,
Okay.
Tony Jimenez. They're all in a 4-way tie for first place. And then there's a few people: JD, Nguyen, KS. They're 1 point behind.
Okay.
I'm like 50 something. Where am I? No. Sold myself short. I'm 49th.
Okay. 49er. Isn't that cute?
What a coinky dink.
Isn't that cute? 49ers Bucks. They got the 125 start on Sunday. Titans Chiefs.
Who Bucks?
Rams Bucks.
Rams Bucks.
Sorry. Rams Bucks got the 125 start on Sunday. Titans Chiefs got the Sunday night football game. And then the Ravens and the Saints, they've got the Monday night football game.
I'm looking here, people who have played recently.
There's only two.
I don't know which Tapia this is, but Jesse Tapia is 97th in the Pick'em League.
There's only 2 1:00 games this week.
Oh my gosh.
You can pull them both up on the split screen.
Who is Cardinals Seattle?
That's the other one. Yeah.
And Rams.
Rams Bucks. Yeah.
I don't know.
You might find something else to do on
I'm
Sunday.
doing something on Sunday. What's the NBA schedule looking like on Sunday afternoon? That's what I need to know.
That's not the most stellar day right there. That's not the most stellar day.
The NFL just isn't as good when the Niners don't play. I mean, we saw that when they played Monday a couple times before.
Will you stop?
Hey, is this breaking? Sources. Feds investigating Commanders' finances. Breaking news on ESPN. No. You can't make this up.
That sounds right. That sounds right. Told you they knew something. That story didn't come out on accident today. That story did not come out on accident today.
The U.S. Attorney's Office in the Eastern District of Virginia has opened a criminal investigation into allegations that the Washington Commanders engaged in the financial improprieties. Sources familiar with the matter confirmed to ESPN.
Hate to see it.
He tried to get out on the sly.
No, guys, don't investigate. I'm good. I'm leaving.
He tried to get out on the sly.
He's trying. I'm going, guys. It's cool. I'm out.
They said, not so fast, my friend.
Brendan Nunez tweeted, Matthew Dellavedova played well in his minutes against Charlotte, but I'd try some minutes with Monk and Herter as the primary initiators. Monk is averaging 3.8 assists, and Herter is averaging 4.2. They're both great passers who will need to do even more with De'Aaron Fox out. So let's get back to the Sacramento Kings as James Ham's going to join us in about 20 minutes. And we are your kind of unofficial countdown show leading into the Kings and the Heat tonight, coming up at 4:30. We talked a little bit about this earlier in that, like, we loved obviously the way that Matthew Dellavedova played against Charlotte, but I also, as we talk about moving guys up the depth chart with De'Aaron Fox out, Davion Mitchell, kind of moving in. I don't think this is a thing where you ramp Matthew Dellavedova's minutes up too high. I love Brendan's idea of rocking with Malik Monk a little bit here as a initiator, or even Kevin Herter. My initial thought is Monk and Herter in the back court together, but with Monk as the initiator.
Yeah, I mean, what did Delly play? I'm trying to pull it up. How many minutes
was
did he
it?
play?
8? I feel like it was 8. I can tell you in 6 seconds.
Yeah, I'm trying to look that
5, 4, 3, 2. He played 8 minutes and 14 seconds.
8 minutes. So I'd keep him around there. Right.
Yeah, I mean, like I figured he could
10,
go. That's
12.
I thought 10 to 12 was the number. Matthew Dellavedova was not paying 22 minutes tonight.
No. And much like you, I like Monk and Herter.
We know. We know you like Monk.
That's my boy.
I know.
And my boy Herter. That's my boy too.
Well, that's the legend. That's the legend.
So yeah, keep Delly in that 10-minute role and divvy up the minutes between the other two guards.
I like that idea. I would love the idea of saying Malink. It's a brand new player.
Brand new player.
I haven't been able to speak properly for 2 hours and 41 minutes, so forgive me. Malik, Kevin Herter, and Keegan Murray on the floor at the same time.
The shooting would go crazy there.
I would hope so, because if Keegan has one more game like he did against Charlotte, we're going to have to. He might have to go to the bench.
He's going to be on the trading block.
He's going to be on the block. Yes, that's right. Your era is over, Keegan. This is now the era of Kavan.
I like that too. And you put them out there with Davion. That kind of negates the fact that Davion may not, maybe you don't trust the shot right now or whatever. You got shooters all around him. Open up the lane for him as well to be able to finish inside a little easier. Hey, we could get real crazy. And I think it was Ham. Maybe it was Jason. I don't know. But I don't know. Maybe some Trey Lyles minutes at 5. And you go Davion at the 5, Keegan, Herter, Monk. Trey Lyles at the 5, Davion, Keegan, Herter, Monk to go along with Davion.
What would that lineup be called?
I don't know.
That's a pretty small lineup.
I mean, it is, but it isn't.
Well, I mean, I
Trey
guess
Lyles
it's
is like
Trey's
6'9",
not. Yeah, I guess Trey's not that.
6'10". It depends.
I
on
like
who
the
they
way
have out
Trey's
there.
been playing.
I do too.
Even again, Trey had a game similar to Rashawn's game a couple of nights ago against Miami, where it's not like he lit the stat line on fire, but like, you notice, like Trey's out there playing well.
Yeah.
And I don't think we used to be able to say that about Kings games, where like your impact was only in the stat lines,
right?
And if you weren't impacting the stat line, you were kind of disappearing. It's clearly not the case anymore. At least it hasn't been the case so far in this young season.
I agree.
And I just hope they continue to build. We'll talk a lot more about this game tonight. It's the Kings and the Heat. James Ham joins us when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Be right back. Go get some
There's a concert. There's a concert going on out there.
I said, sing it, girl.
I don't think so. I can barely hear it though they were making fun of me eating almonds earlier, getting picked up by Kenny's microphone. Sorry, guys. I just got a message from the homie Sarah Hodges, and I need to forward someone's contact off. Sorry, guys. I'll be done in just 1 second. Sorry, guys. Oh, dude. Okay, got it. Nope, misspelled word. Got to correct it. Boom, now I got it. Send. All right, we're out of here. Man, I've been all over the place today. Let's see. Sabonis always in foul trouble. Our backup center doesn't fit the system. We need to trade Holmes, in my opinion. I understand what you're thinking, and I think there are a lot of people who feel that way. I think there are a lot of people who just aren't sure that Rashawn's going to work here anymore, mainly because he can't. You're hearing rim protector a lot the last couple of days. Not last couple of days, the last couple of games. And it's noticeable. Like, we all see it. We talked about it. I don't remember if it was before the season started or after the first game. We talked about, clearly there's there's still a glaring need for Sacramento in that position. And honestly, I didn't think it was going to show itself the way that it has this year. I know that that's not Sabonis's primary bag. I don't think he's terrible in that department by any stretch of the imagination, but I don't know. So Shaky, I see you. I always, we talk about this all the time. Like, what do they see? Like, what do they see that we don't? I love the idea of Keita. Keita seems to check a lot of the boxes that we've got in front of us. Size, strength, rim protector. But there's a reason he's in Stockton. So, like, how big is the NBA drop off from? And this is I don't know the answer to this question. Deuce and Mo, I'll ask Deuce and Mo this. Like, they see Keita much more than we do. how much is the drop off from what Keita does, like to what Rashawn does? So Rashawn doesn't check all of those boxes, but Rashawn's an NBA player. Where is the drop off for Keita being an NBA player? You know what I mean? Like how big and what are we talking about in that regard? 8 to 10 minutes, 10 to 12 minutes, 12 to 14 minutes. Like, what does that look like? I don't think there's anything they don't like about Neemias Queta at all. I actually do think they like him. I think they see him more as a developmental project in Stockton. It could be wrong, but there's that. Like, would Queta be any stronger on staying on the floor than though I'd make the argument I'd make the argument that his minutes would be so much more limited, it probably wouldn't matter as much.
Yeah.
Like you could have Queta out there picking up 5,000. It wouldn't be a big deal. A lot of conversation about Neemias Queta during that commercial break. There was a message in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/ESPN 1320. If you want to come hang out with the Chatty House, man, it's the best group in all of
absolutely
all of
hands down.
I don't even know what to call it.
Even NBA Young Kobe.
But he's nice on the keyboard. He's nice on the
I
keyboard.
mess with Young Kobe. He cool, man. He cool. Yeah.
Everybody in here is fun, man. And conversations get spirited, but it started by someone mentioning like Rashawn doesn't fit. Like he doesn't fit the system, and we don't have any rim protection. And I think they need to look at trading Rashawn. I think they have looked at trading Rashawn, but then that brought up a conversation about Neemias Queta. And what I'm just unclear about is you talk about checking boxes. You want a rim protector. You want a big dude with size. Like, Queta checks a lot of those boxes. His ability to rim protect in the NBA is probably a little, we're not quite sure yet. Though on a tiny sample size, we could probably pick and choose moments that we really like. If you don't like Neemias Queta, you don't like that idea, you could pick and choose moments that you really don't like either. Like that's the beauty of a small sample size. You can pick what you like and what you don't like, but that's what it is a small sample size. What's the drop off in terms of being an NBA player from Rashawn to Neemias Queta? Like, even though Rashawn doesn't do everything that you want him to do, in terms of what you feel like the team needs now as a rim protector, what everything else that he does well, and he does a lot of other things really well. How big is that drop off from Rashawn to Neemias Queta just to check those other boxes? Because okay, if Neemias Queta does just protect the rim, that's fine, but you're probably limiting yourself to like 8 minutes.
Yeah.
You probably can't do much more than that.
Right.
And you're really banking on him being able to development in the league while at the same time asking him to perfect this one particular skill you need out of him immediately.
Yeah.
And I think that's tough when you clearly have a player that you like, but you have him in your developmental system.
And for me personally, when you talk about Queta, I like Queta a lot. I like the potential that he has. I'm not ready to see Queta in the regular season. I'm just not. I could be wrong. He could be absolutely ready. I'm not ready for that. Especially when I just talked to everybody a couple days ago about, this needs to be 8.5.
Yeah.
Like I'm not.
Well,
I'm
I think
not
the belief is
going for Holmes.
Yeah, he would be one of the 8 players.
I'm gonna give Holmes a little bit more time.
Yeah,
man.
me too. But for and again, I don't want to misrepresent the point.
Mm-hmm.
The point was a rim protector. We know that that's not Rashawn.
Mm-hmm.
Like Rashawn, I think there's a lot of really, really good things Rashawn can do for you. But a consistent battle at the rim guy, it's probably not going to be him.
Well, so here's the other thing about that, right? Because I hear that a lot, right? I need to get a rim protector, or they need to go get somebody, or whatever the case may be. All right, well, what are we doing with the playing time and the people on the court? And I'm thinking specifically at the end of the game, last 5-6 minutes. Who's coming off? Because you don't get a rim protector just for the
Well,
2-3 minutes to go in the half.
yeah, unless you're a starting caliber player, you're probably not out there. Like Rashawn's probably not out there.
Right. So and part of that is like, well, you got Sabonis. He's not a rim protector. So this is the hand that you're dealt.
Mm-hmm.
And to
Get
be
Rudy
honest-
Gobert.
right. And we see how that got ate alive last night against
Yeah.
Phoenix.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to maybe change the way you play defense a little bit and not rely so much on the presence on the inside or a rim protector.
Keep
it may
him
have
out.
to be, it may have to be more. I don't know if you sag off a little bit on the defensive end. I don't know if it's got to be more perimeter oriented, where that's where you're trying to slow them down and stop them as opposed to, oh, well, like how Boston, not saying Boston does this, but we can play a little tighter because if they go by us, we got Rob Williams inside.
Mhm.
And he cleans up the glass and cleans up, protecting the rim. Like I said, if people ask for a rim protector or somebody like that, let's talk about the end of the game. Who's coming out?
Mhm.
Sabonis ain't coming out. Keegan's not coming out. I don't think Harrison would be coming out.
Well, if Harrison
Carter
is
and
coming out,
Fox.
if Harrison is coming out, he's coming out for a different shooter.
Right.
Like he's
Right, you're not
not
putting
coming out for
another-
someone who could you're not going to put someone in at the end of the game like who protects the rim, whose primary job is to
Right.
protect the rim.
And I'm just using his name right now. You're not putting Kata in there
Yeah.
to protect the rim because Sabonis can't, and
With
we'll
3
take
minutes
Harrison
left.
out. No, so this is the hand that you're dealt. It's not a bad hand. You just got to figure out how to defend a little bit better on the perimeter, in my opinion, to kind of help with all that.
Don't give up on Rashawn yet.
I'm not.
I'm
I'm
not
either.
you.
No, yeah, I'm saying I'm not either. I'm not
Yeah,
giving up on
don't
him.
give up on Rashawn yet. I think there's still I think the Miami game, the first Miami game, showed us he could still be a strong contributor to this team, even if he's not, getting the shots and rebounds that we're used to seeing. The latest
think so,
injury
too.
report from the Heat, James Ham just tweeted out, nothing changed. We already mentioned Victor Oladipo won't be available. Tyler Hero will be available, despite being poked in the eye last night.
Man playing with one eye.
He's just, hey, Tyler, if there's one thing I've learned, just aim for the rim in the middle, buddy. Just aim for the rim in the middle. And then blink awkwardly, as awkward as you
Aim for
can
the
while
rim in
looking.
the middle.
Blink as awkwardly as you can while looking up at the trainer. So that can be a gift.
That's
that lives
always
forever.
that's just the goal.
It's the
That is
best
gold,
gift.
man.
It works pretty much for everything. Pretty much for everything. It's so good. And every time I pull it up to send to you or to somebody, LeBron, what are you doing? Like, come on. What are you doing, LeBron?
It's an all-timer.
Stop this.
Why is he looking like
I
that?
don't know. I don't know why he does those things. If that's not in his Hall of Fame induction, then everyone has failed. Like when they do this little Hall of Fame video, that needs to be there.
Ron, he's got so many of these moments, man.
Oh, he might be him and Russ. Russ has some great gifts out there.
He's so the Russ gifts are the one, the post game. There it is. Sorry to all the radio listeners. That was purely visual. That was hilarious, man.
This is so good.
Why is LeBron looking like that? Russ has the okay in the
Yeah.
post game. That's a good one.
He has the
Sneaking the food.
whose man is this?
Oh yeah, that was awesome.
And then the one where
Sneaking the food.
he's sneaking the food. That's one of the best ones. And then, I mean, there's a bunch of him dancing, which are, those work too.
Him and Campaign.
Campaign indeed.
So, but yeah,
You-
Tyler Hero's in the lineup.
Only because
guess-
De'Aaron Fox isn't.
Davion can guard Tyler Hero, huh? In your opinion, I think he can. Davion 6'1" ish. Hero about 6'4", 6'5".
What's De'Aaron? 6'3"?
Yeah, allegedly.
Yeah. I'm sorry. 6'3". Yeah, he could. I think Davion could.
I don't know if he'll start.
That's that
out on it.
perimeter stuff that you're
Yeah.
talking about, though. Like that's just keeping him at bay.
I don't know if he starts out on Tyler Hero. And once again, I am worried about Kyle Lowry, tricky Kyle Lowry, and getting Davion in 2 quick fouls in that first quarter.
Why wouldn't he?
Why wouldn't he? Because he'd start on Lowry.
Okay. And
Herter would
Herter?
guard on Hero. Mhm.
All right.
Harrison on Strauss.
Yep. Domas on Bam. Oh God.
But look,
Yeah.
he gave
Yeah.
Bam that work.
Yeah,
he
he
played on
did. That was
Saturday.
I mean, yeah, don't let that get lost. It was the Miami game, right? That was his
Yeah.
best game. It was 8 of 9. Yeah.
He was giving them work. So.
Yeah. That was a great first half from Domantas Sabonis in that first Miami game. I say first half because the second was virtually non-existent. He played not
Poor
trying to be funny.
guy.
I don't remember the number. He played like 4 minutes or 5 minutes in the second half.
Poor guy.
League out to get him.
I think, and obviously, I'm not saying breaking news, but that affects like his rhythm, his game. That
Yeah.
some of that has to do with the reason why he is missing some of these bunnies, and can't get in a rhythm out there. Because number one, you just trying to make sure you don't commit another foul.
Yeah.
Number two, you don't have the rhythm of the game.
Mm-hmm.
It's a starting constant
He doesn't have the rhythm of the night.
Good call.
Thank you.
Good call. There you
Thank
go.
you.
I
Thank
see you working.
Thank you.
Yeah, but yeah, Sabonis will be fine though.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. Jimmy Butler will not play. There's a typo in this from Chris Haynes.
For real?
There's a typo
real.
from Chris Haynes, but I'm trying to read through it. Miami Heat start Jimmy Butler, left hip tightness, will not play tonight against the Sacramento Kings.
That sucks for the Kings.
That is bad news for the Kings.
I don't like that at all, dog.
This never,
dog.
So that's interesting. I guess this was just updated. Ham tweeted out the injury report just a handful of minutes ago. There was no mention of Jimmy Butler being on it. This is obviously a late decision.
Chris could have texted us, the boys.
Well, we're good friends with the Haynes brothers.
I should text him right now.
Yeah,
and be like, "Yo, you could have texted us, big dog."
I should text him right now.
Texting
like,
me.
hey, Chris, it's D'Lo, the guy you met for the very first time a couple of nights ago, thanks to Morgan Reagan. It's the very first time we've met. Just look at this long string of texts that you haven't responded to over the last 2 years. Chris Haynes tweets, Jimmy Butler out tonight against the Sacramento Kings. So again, that's all. So Kings fans just got super anxious.
Yeah.
Wait a
that
minute.
does not make us feel good.
Wait, only fan base in the world that goes, oh, wait a minute. No, Jimmy.
Jimmy, get back in the line.
Jimmy, what are you doing? Suit up, coward. Come on. It's tough. All right. Chris Haynes reports Jimmy Butler is out tonight versus the Sacramento Kings.
One of the first tweets I see on my Twitter, or my Kings Twitter, is it's that tweet, Jimmy's out. Kings fan, well, we're screwed.
Oh, we'll bring in our 1320 Kings insider, James Ham.
Oh,
did James freeze before we brought him in? Oh, nope, there he is. Nope, he's here. He's here.
I'm here, but I'm switching to Wi-Fi because I hardwired in, and clearly that's not going to fly.
My favorite part about all of this is we all find it funny, but it
James
really pisses James off.
James crosses two sticks.
Like James is not nearly as amused by his Wi-Fi failing here on the show.
Shades of when Roseville hated on Damian. He kept him off the show.
Yeah.
Remember they had you at the Nugget parking lot?
They booted me out for like 4.5 hours. The show's only 4 hours. That's how long they booted me out. James.
Oh no.
That's official. There's an official. There's an official James Ham freeze before we even to the first question.
Screenshot this. Screenshot.
We just wanted to talk Kings basketball.
Screenshot.
The Auburn Destroyers, or whatever James's internet called, is. Oh wait, we might have two Jameses here. Hang on, two. James, you gotta laugh at this stuff, man. It's a very visual bit. I'm so sorry. I'll take Frozen James out.
Oh,
all right, man.
Oh.
Hi guys.
Hi,
What's
James.
going on, James?
Hi, James. We just learned Jimmy Butler's out tonight, and the Kings fan base collectively just got nervous.
Where is that at?
Yeah, so we were. It was interesting. You had just tweeted out your injury report, and maybe 2 or 3 minutes later, Chris Haynes, our good friend, Chris Haynes, tweeted that Jimmy Butler is in fact out of tonight's game because of, I think it left hip tightness.
Yeah, I've got it right here. Yeah, ridiculous. Well, good for the Kings.
Not
good. Are you new?
No, I'm not new, but I gotta be. I wasn't super impressed with what I saw from the Heat last time they played, and we'll see. We'll see if it's a good thing or not. I mean, Kings need this win. That's all there is to it.
They were impressive last night. I thought Miami was impressive last night. I thought that was a good win for them. I thought, there was some maybe not Golden State's best go at it, but I thought that was a good run from Miami last night.
Yeah, I like the little video, the clip we've seen of Jordan Poole like mocking. Who is he mocking? Kyle Lowry. That's fun.
I missed that.
I didn't see that either.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, he's sitting there like, giving his little Kyle Lowry face. Yeah, like, look, the Kings have to look at every single one of these games as individual games that they can go out and win. And I like that Mike Brown likes to break up the season into 5-game increments, but he also really does focus on the daily. And he needs his team to play well and to go out there and really fight through. And every single one of these wins just moves you closer back to 500. So when you dig a hole, there is no time to waste. You don't get to just, trick off games, as Buddy Hield used to say. You got to be focused and go in there and look for a win against a team that's shorthanded. And even though you're missing your leading scorer as well.
Wow. I thought we talked about it on Monday, and I thought the Kings did a really good job of, eventually answering the call and being able to come away with it, because Monday was an opportunity, right? We talked about an opportunity to kind of get you one step closer to getting I like to say, getting your head above water. And we joke about it with Jimmy Butler being out and everything, and we are not confident with Jimmy out or any superstar, but here's another opportunity. And if you are a different Kings team, I don't want to say it's must win, or if you lose, then you're not a different. I'm not saying that, but here's another opportunity to show that, hey, it might be a little different this year. We have a little bit different focus when we come into these situations and approach these different opportunities to take advantage of them.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good point. I mean, like, look, this team has historically just been bad in these situations, and you got to figure out ways to get through it and ways to prove that you aren't the same old Kings. And, like, this is, you only get so many chances. Like, if you just keep falling 3, 4, 5, 6 games under 500, it is really difficult to make it up in the long run. And, like, we looked at this first 10 games of the season, and I think, a conservative person would have said, like, okay, they'll probably go like 3-7. Well, you have a chance to go 3-4 with some opportunities for some more wins. Like, can you get out of the first 10 games at 500? And that would be, like, stunning. But, like, that's what this team needs to do. They need to prove that they belong. And so far, it's been hit and miss. But I like if you look at the last 2 games, they faced adversity in both games. One game they had a huge lead and blew it. And another game they had a big deficit and they made it up. and they're showing some resiliency that, maybe hasn't been there consistently, but you're only as good as your last game in this business. And so they need to keep proving that this is who they are. And Mike Brown needs to keep, focusing on getting this team better each and every day, figuring out some real basic stuff like how to keep Sabonis out of foul trouble, and how to get everyone involved, how to survive without De'Aaron Fox, your leading scorer. So I think the Heat might be looking at the Kings as easy pickings here, and they might be making the mistake as well of just overlooking a team that's actually pretty hungry right now.
Yeah. Well, I don't think they're going to make that mistake again, given Eric Spoelstra's post-game press conference following the Kings win a couple of nights ago against Miami. But you brought up De'Aaron Fox. I do want to get your perspective on that and what you've been able to find out. All accounts are nothing serious, and while he's being evaluated on a day-to-day basis, there is at least a chance he'll play Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's a chance. We don't really know. When the team is away, it's difficult. Plus, let's be honest, there is no traveling media right now. So there aren't a bunch of people asking questions in post-game press conferences to kind of get to the bottom of what's happening. So that's gonna take a little while to figure out. As far as what we know, I mean, he did have an MRI, which tells you that they thought it was serious enough just to look inside there and make sure he didn't do any major damage. A bone bruise is never great, but it really does depend on where the bone bruise is, how it is. When Marvin Bagley got his bone bruise a couple of years ago, it was that weird play where he came down sort of falling backwards and hit his heel on the ground really hard, and it jarred his knee and gave him a bone bruise inside the knee. I'm not sure that that's what we're talking about with Fox. I would like to know a little bit more about where the bone bruise is and stuff like that. But it's certainly not knee soreness, which is what our first initial, we were told initially. So yeah, I mean, a bone bruise, it just depends on the player, depends on where it's at, depends on how quickly he heals. I would not expect him to be out long-term, and he doesn't seem like he wants to sit long-term either. He's not going to, and it might not be one of those things too, where if you play on it, it gets worse. So it's not like a hamstring or a calf strain where if you step the wrong way, you could make it worse. It's going to be about pain tolerance.
Yeah. I'm hoping, that he is able to come back on Saturday. Because Jason Jones brought this up when we were doing a pod the other day. And he's like, typically, whatever the diagnosis is, if it's, day-to-day or, week or two, in his career, De'Aaron typically has come back quicker than that. So, he's been able to, heal relatively fast in the past.
One notable exception.
Damn ankle soreness.
But
yeah, I'm hoping that, we see him on Saturday. I thought it was good news that we were able to see, or somebody saw him out on the court. It was
Anthony Slater.
Saw him out on the court today, moving around and warming up. So obviously he won't play, but him being out there is a pretty good sign.
No, that's a really good sign. That's a very, very good sign. Even the fact that he went back out on the court and it was like, I don't think this is good. I thought that still was a good sign. It was a sign that he at least understood that it was probably more pain management than it was anything else. And again, you don't want a player to risk something out there. So, he got hit in the hard knee-to-knee contact. It really just depends on how the hit goes. If it knocks the knee out, you can get some ligament stretching and some damage. If he got him on the outside of the knee and pushed it in, it just looked like that was going to be painful, that he'd probably have a good-sized bruise. And that can even be, on the outside. But a bone bruise is, more substantial than just, a standard, deep thigh bruise or just a bruise on the outside. And again, it really does depend on the player. Fox has proven in the past. I mean, the grade 3 ankle sprain, where I think he came back in 17 games. He was out a total of, I think, 7 weeks, and most of the time you're looking at 10 to 12. I think it was 17 games he missed that year, and Lonzo Ball missed 30 with the same injury.
Jeez.
So yeah, it is one of those things where he is a quick healer. And he's kind of had buzzard luck. He had COVID one season, cost him some games. He finished the season with the the broken bone in his hand last year. Could he have played? Maybe, if it mattered, but that wasn't going to happen. So, he has had a little bit of bad luck.
James, we haven't really got a chance to talk to you since the Charlotte game. That was a unique one for the Kings this year. They obviously go down big in the first half, don't play particularly well. Some adjustments made there at halftime, and they take a good chunk of that lead or a good chunk of that deficit out right there in the first couple of minutes, and then we saw them kind of gather themselves and get another win. What was your thoughts on the way the team performed, particularly there in the second half of that game?
Yeah, I thought it was a good rally, and I also like when I watch games like this, there's the game within the game. So I thought for Davion Mitchell, it was a really, really good game for him to get out there, stretch his legs, feel comfortable, know that the team needs him big time, and come through some clutch plays. I thought that Trey Lyles was tremendous again. He's doing things that are just sneaky good. Like, he's got 3 blocks in the last 2 games, and 2 of them are like huge, game-changing, in-the-moment blocks that are like just stunning that you don't expect from him. I thought Matthew Dellavedova, that guy hasn't played hardly at all in like 6 years. And for him to step on the court and play I think he played 8 minutes, scored 3 points, had 3 assists, and ran a +10 in a game that you were trailing in most of that time. I just thought that was spectacular. And that's why you're seeing why they kept him. He's a full-fledged game manager. He's a guy who came in and handled the show, set his teammates up, got everybody in position. When the shot was his to take, he didn't hesitate. And I thought all of that was a good sign. And it shows you, again, like, De'Aaron Fox is a guy that, like, while he doesn't intend to miss games, he does miss games. And sort of the style of play is to go hard at the rim. He does get hit. He does, miss games because of that. And having a third point guard can be really valuable. Now it's up to Mike Brown to figure out, like, which guy is hitting on which night, right? So Kevin Huerter, he kind of knows right now is, like, spectacular. Just run him out there as much as you can. But can you get Harrison Barnes to find some consistency? Can you get Sabonis to stay out of foul trouble? I mean, that's just become like a big-time issue. It's a huge, huge problem that this team has. And then on top of that, can you have maybe Rashawn Holmes have a moment like Davion where he steps into the spotlight and plays really, really well and then can build off of that? And I think that's, like with Davion, to get back to him, I really do think this is a game where he'll build off of and he'll be ready. But the fact is, he has to understand that when he's not the starter, that he has to maximize that first 6 minutes or he's just not going to play. Like, they've got other things brewing here. And if he can't get comfortable, like, you're just not going to play. So I think this is a really good opportunity for him. It's a good opportunity for him to play with other players that he really hasn't played that much with. Guys like Huerter that he hasn't played with. He's played with Keegan, but even playing with Sabonis, he really hasn't played that much with Sabonis outside of like the 15 games last year. So big moments, and that's a good win for them. Charlotte they're a tough team. They can beat you. They're not some schlub now. You got to go in there and you get a road win like that. That's tough.
I want to talk about Davion and Sabonis as well, but I do want to kind of just go back to what you mentioned with Delly, because I remember you talked about, in training camp after he, finally made it. I think you said you had a moment with him the other day in the locker room, and that stayed in my mind as he was out there in that third quarter and producing and hitting big shots and making good passes and doing all this other stuff. What a good moment for him, man. That was good to see, him get back to that point, after being out of the league. What we say, 3 years he's been out of the league?
No, he played, but he barely played. And okay. I looked at the stats today. Over his so he played last year in Australia, but over the previous 5 seasons before that, he only played 156 out of a possible 400 games. And like, he just has not been able to stay healthy. So to get him out there and to have him like perform well, show that he can still be valuable in specific roles, I think it's great. Again, if If Davion Mitchell doesn't want to learn how to fit into the second unit and is going to continue to struggle when that's his role, like you might have to go to Dellavedova for stretches of the season and let Davion learn from the bench, if that's the way it goes. Now, I think this will be a good moment for Davion to step in and like kind of build on something. But at the same time, like Dellavedova showed that he can play. Now, can he play 60 games? I don't know. That's going to be a tough call. But I certainly think that that he's a guy that fits. He fits what they're trying to do. He fits the culture, and he's another coach for them on the floor.
Well, a couple of things. One, we kind of speculate. We don't. Delhi's max is probably 8 to 12 minutes. Like I don't think you want to get into a position where you're playing him too much more than that. Two, I feel like you're really hard on Davion.
Maybe.
I know Davion hasn't played. I know Davion hasn't played great this season prior to, the Charlotte game. And James, we've tried to point this out since the end of that game. He played really well before, like when he was just in the rotation with De'Aaron Fox, like before De'Aaron was ruled out and he wound up getting all of those second half minutes. He had come out and it was clearly already in the first half, it was the best game of his career. And I understand that he hasn't played certainly even where I thought he would be this year, but I feel like you're really hard on him.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I am. But I'll tell you, like in his first 5 games, he's averaging 4.4 points, 2.2 assists. He was shooting 34.6% from the field, 16% from 3. It's not just the way his numbers either. It's what you're seeing on the court. Like I think he was trying to be really physical on the defensive end, but on the offensive end, he just didn't look like he wanted to fit in. And that's a problem. Like you need everybody. Like we have this all-in mentality. And to be honest with you, I don't think he's the only one that I can say that about, that something looks off with him. And I mean, I'll say the same thing every time I see Chimezie Metu step on the floor. There are some things that he's doing that just don't look like what everyone else is doing. But it's about like accepting your role and then trying to be great in your role. And if you're great in your role at the NBA level, your role will expand. And so I just feel like he came in like almost like wanting to compete for the starting job, opposite of De'Aaron Fox, or instead of De'Aaron Fox. And that's what it felt like. And I get it. Like you want guys to be motivated and have all, want to be good and want to be great and all that. And he's a hard worker. Same time, like once the season starts and you're given a role, like you got to do your role and you got to figure out a way to be good. And we talk about this team, like for the first like 5 games, I think their main core 5-man group of like Fox, Herter, Barnes, Sabonis, and Murray was like this. There's like second in the league in 5-man units and like plus minus and in offensive rating and defensive rating. And you're losing games because the bench has been so off. And it's part of that. Like you have to accept your role at the NBA level. You have to understand who it is that you're going to be. And I feel bad that, he's up against like Kevin Huerter and a 6'7" Kevin Huerter and Malik Monk. Like if you're coming into camp trying to compete for a starting job alongside De'Aaron Fox, that's just not going to happen. And, having a big backcourt does help you. Even for Malik Monk, he had to accept it very quickly that he was not going to be the starter. So you got to move on and you got to excel with whatever it is they're asking you to do.
I agree that, he's in a position, he's in his second year. I know he's not like a 19-year-old, but he's in his second year in the NBA trying to figure out some things and, coming from a place where, he was the leader of a national championship team. So he's trying to figure some things out. I will say this. If we get to the point where Mike Brown feels like I think I need to go to Delhi as the backup point guard, this season is doomed.
Yeah, we're
this season is doomed. So let's not even hope, not that you're hoping, but let's not even consider that going down the
Yeah. I think you're going to give like Davion a really, really long time to figure things out, but that doesn't mean that there doesn't come a point where it's like, look, man, we gave you 20 games, we gave you 25 games, and we're still seeing the same things. Like, and again, it's not about physical limitations. It's not about whether he's a good scorer or he's a great assist man. It's about accepting a role, and it's such a hard thing for young players to do, because he does come from a championship team, right? But how many of the guys on this team have won big playoff games, have been, to the NBA finals, who have been highly successful as college players? I mean, I think that was, again, one of my favorite moments in the locker room was, I think it was Iman Shumpert brought in his championship ring, and then to one up him, Corey Brewer brought in his 2 from Florida. Like, these things, like, it's great, but again, if that's who you were, like, who you're gonna be and who you have to be now, those are different things. And if you're not willing to accept that, you don't stick in the league. Like, that's the way it goes. And so that's the danger of young players. You thought you're getting a more mature young player, so you hope that he gets through that pretty quickly. But again, it's part of the process. Guys have to accept their roles and play to their strengths.
Do you think he played differently on Monday? Or
Yeah.
you thought he played differently? Okay, what did he do different then?
Yeah, I think he settled in and like he didn't search for shots at nearly as much. There was still some dribbling, but it wasn't nearly as much as it was before. And when he did dribble, it was decisive. Like, okay, he took off dribbling and he's attacking the rim. That's what he has to do. Like, we can talk about, whether Fox passes enough and all that stuff. There will be people out there who believe he doesn't. But I think Brendan Nunes put out a stat today, something like, when the Kings are on the court, when De'Aaron Fox is on the court, the Kings score like 45.2% of their points in the paint, right? So this entire offense is predicated on drive and kick. It's the paint touch they're looking for every single time. So if Davion is just aimlessly dribbling, that is the thing that is not part of what they're doing. When he does what Fox does, gets a ball, maybe takes a dribble or two, and then darts to the middle of the key, that's exactly what they're trying to do. They're trying to shrink the defense and hit the open man. And if you can't get a bucket at the rim, find a guy on the perimeter really quickly. And I just think that, again, the 0.5 we talked about on Monday, that thought process, he has to start abiding by that rule as well. And that's something that I don't think he's quite grasped the concept of get the ball, make a decision, move off of it.
Tonight specifically, do you think he needs to play differently, being a starter and doing that? Do you, in thinking about, Fox's scoring not being there, do you think he has to make up for that a little bit? He's not going to score. I mean, he might, but I'm not looking for him to score 27. But should he be looking like, hey, they need me to get about 15 to 18 tonight?
Yeah, I mean, he should be looking that way every single night, that he should be looking to score 15 or 18 points and then prorate it for how many minutes he plays, right? And so tonight, he's going to get a big opportunity. He's going to be out there 35, 36 minutes, at least you would assume, unless they use Delly a lot or they use like Malik Monk a bunch as the backup, as a backup point as well. But he needs to show that, like, when it's time for him to elevate and go up to that position, that he can do that, but then he can also go back and carry that into the next game with who he is with the other group. And like, the opportunity to take over that second unit, it's there for anybody, right? We've talked about that. Like, once you pull Keegan Murray out of the second unit and you put him in with the starters, like, it's go time. Like, Monk has a green light. Terrence Davis, when he's been in there, has had a green light. Anyone who steps on the floor has a green light with that second unit, because that's what they need. So if Davion decides that's who he's going to be, but he does it within the flow, he does it within the parameters of the 0.5 seconds and all that stuff, then that's fine. But if he can't do that, then it really does gum up what they're trying to do.
Okay, that's James Ham, 1320 Kings Insider. We'll come back. We got Kings basketball coming up just about an hour from now. We'll talk more about the Kings and the Heat when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. There's a lot of action going on out here. I want to see if I can. Yeah, there's a legit. There's party number 2.
Yeah, there's a lot happening behind you.
Yeah, it is. It is like there's way more going on behind Jesse. There's an audience. Like there's a legit audience here.
Do they have someone doing something on the
Yeah,
set?
someone. Do you know who's here?
It's going to be someone amazing, and they've got to leave at 4:00, and you guys won't be able to meet them.
Well, it's someone. The 106.5 banner is up, so it's someone from who kind of fits into that demographic there.
Okay.
But yeah, I figure I'll go 3 screen to block off some of the traffic going on out there.
Yeah, like maybe I am being too tough on Davion, but I've also seen it feels like defiance.
Yeah, you're beating the shit out of him. My goodness.
Yeah, it feels like defiance, to be honest with you, and like you have to accept. I've seen so many players come through here that refuse to accept who they can be today and grow on it from that. And like I get it. You want to be more, and you work hard to be that person, but just be really good at what you do, and all those things will come.
Yeah, I'm interested. I'll be curious to watch the approach tonight. He needs to. So, do you not like his shot selection? Prior to the Charlotte game,
there are times where I don't like his shot selection because they are not in the flow of the offense at all.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, like they are. Again, 4 guys are doing one thing and he's doing something different. Like even I keep saying this, but like Rashawn Holmes, I don't think it's that he's not accepting his role. Is that I don't think Rashawn is like following the basic rules of the game that he needs to, and like he's not processing what they're doing quickly enough right now, and that's more his problem. I don't think it's like he doesn't want to be there or he's like pouting or anything else. I just think that he's always used to running down to underneath the basket as a rim runner and then turning around and standing underneath there and then counting to 5 and running out to the top to go set a screen. Where you see Sabonis instantly set the screen, instantly get into the flow of the offense, like boom, 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 boom. And so it's not even whether he can pass like Sabonis or not. He's getting offensive foul calls the whole time because the guards aren't waiting for him to finally get in position. And so he's trying to move while the guys are coming to him, and that's a problem. That's not how it's supposed to be.
Yeah, he does that too much for my as a coach and teacher of the game. I will look at that and be like, point guard, ball handler, that's your fault while moving before he was set. But it happens too often for Rashawn for it to always be the ball handler's fault. Like he's got to be. That can't happen. It happens like once a game with him.
Yeah, I think it probably happens twice a game. And if you're really watching it, you'll see that he's always late to that.
Mm-hmm.
And it is part of a coaching thing. But you have to remember that every player has it beat into their head now that they need a 0.5. At 0.5 of a second, you got to make a decision. So they're all ready to go. And if you're waiting for someone the whole time to get into position, you end up not wanting to wait, or just physically you're like, okay, I've already dribbled the ball 3 times. I don't want to be the guy who's standing here dribbling the ball the whole time. And my guy's not coming up to go set the play. And that's where it stands out. And again, it's Monk almost every single time that's not waiting for Rashawn to get there. And then by the time Monk takes off, Rashawn's finally getting there and then runs into the guy and gets an offensive foul call. And it's just waiting that extra half second. But, again, they're being taught to go quicker. And one guy isn't following the basic rules of it in that situation. And again, I don't think it's defiance. I think it's just he needs to be more on top of it and more involved in it. Now I hate Monk. You see, they'll come up with me hating everyone. Yeah, everyone. I hate everyone.
This was my favorite though. Davion told Ham he freezes too much. Now he hates him.
Yeah. Well, see, that's part of the problem. I don't want to be that guy who's freezing and not doing my job. I want to be part of everyone else. So yes, I'm frustrated that I freeze. Yeah.
You know, I haven't seen this person here before. Miss Vang, she brought up a great point. Oh, this wasn't it, but she said trade for Porzingis. I was like,
Oh.
that's the rim protector everybody's crying about, but he also stretches the floor.
I would be trading for Markkanen. I told you guys last year.
Oh yeah,
Trade for Markkanen. Go pick him up.
I love Markkanen.
I like
but he can't ever stay healthy. That's his issue.
Yeah, but when he is healthy, just think of him in that offensive flow, especially if Keegan can play the 3.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden you have, if you do a move like that, you have the Barnes situation taken care of long term.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What do you guys think of this? The rumors that there's a West Coast team that's in quiet negotiations for Ben Simmons.
I was made aware of that during the show, and I don't know. Utah going for it.
You're risking being like an island of misfit toys if you're the Kings. If you were to do something like that,
I absolutely do not believe it's the Sacramento Kings.
Well, I don't. If it was the Kings,
it
depends on what you're giving up.
Where are you playing him? Also,
well, my first thought is you're giving up Harrison. You play him at the 3.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's just hang on, James. We'll just
let's not start this rumor.
Might as well just bring it to the air. James asked, because the conversation did not stop during the commercial break. We just continued the conversation about Davion Mitchell over on youtube.com/ESPN1320 and twitch.tv/ESPN1320. We were trying to get to the root of James's hatred for Davion, and what we discovered is that James, in fact, hates Malik Monk too. So it was a weird commercial break. But
I'm the Oprah of Kings coverage. I hate you, and I hate you, and I hate you. You get hated. Yes, no.
And then James asked us, what do you think about the report that a West Coast team is in discussions to acquire Ben Simmons? Of course, I checked, and Sacramento still is in fact on the West Coast. We're in the Western Conference.
Yeah.
And immediately I just like, okay, we've been down this road before. What's it look like? What do you do with him? And I like Ben Simmons, but with what we've seen this season, what are you doing with him?
Well, in my opinion, the trade like that, if it was the Kings, it'd be I think our guy Pino, he had one that kind of fit in my opinion. I'm trying to find. I can't find. There it is.
You got to start
Barnes,
starring. You got to start
Barnes
messages.
and Holmes for Ben Simmons.
Barnes and Holmes.
I mean, that works. You bring Ben in, he probably plays the 3. He's your perimeter defender.
You're not getting those points back. Any of them. I mean, you don't got much from Rashawn. Don't do this. Don't do this.
What?
Don't be the guy that hates Harrison Barnes.
No, I don't hate Harrison Barnes.
We ain't Harrison Barnes has had 2 fine games in a row, and we ain't said a damn thing about him. He has 3 bad games, and we talked about him for 4 hours.
I don't.
Oh yeah.
But I'm just saying, if you were making a deal, that would be like where I'm going. I'm not giving up.
Darren called him Ben Okpala.
Yeah, that's rough. Yeah.
BS Okpala.
I'll say the difference. I mean, yeah, clearly the difference is that Ben Simmons is also an elite distributor. And I think that this team, you got Fox, you've got Sabonis. I think Monk has stepped up in certain situations and been a really good distributor as well. But if you had another guy for when Sabonis is off the court, whether it's foul trouble or just stepping off the court, and you could run the offense through another 6'10", 6'11" guy, have that length and that size, whether he's playing the power or the 3 or the 4, doesn't really matter. The fact that you have Keegan Murray to stretch the defense, that really does change things. The fact that Herter is playing as well as he is, that Fox is hitting his 3s, it might get a little gummed up, but man, that's a big cutter. Like if you had Ben Simmons cutting, and I'm not saying do that. I definitely think that, Simmons, he's kind of broken, and you got to figure out if you can fix him. And I thought he was broken last year, and, like Sacramento would have been a great landing spot for him to kind of figure out things in like obscurity.
Apparently,
But then,
playing with Kyrie hasn't fixed him.
no, and playing in KD's shadow, that's not easy either. Those are really high usage players, and I think if you're moving him to an offense that like has the sharing is caring deal that the Kings have right now, like they're 5th in the league in offensive and assist percentage, like if you're moving him to a team that really does have like a West Coast vibe, offense vibe, then that makes sense to me. I'm not sure that it would work out, and the back injury worries me. The mental aspect of the game worries me, but I also know that Sacramento, they embrace you. Philadelphia, they hate you as one of your own players. Your fan base can turn on you so fast. And I think New York is the same way. They turn on you so fast. I think the only reason he's not drawing the ire of everyone is because of everything else that's happening there, that everything has gone horribly wrong. And that is a crazy, dysfunctional, like horrific franchise at this point.
Okay. Well,
why not?
I don't know.
To quote Nick.
Yeah.
Why not?
Why not? Shirt available over at deuceandmo.com. All right. Well, that's fictitious for now.
Yeah.
We'll see what materializes out of it. We'll get back to the game tonight. It's the Sacramento Kings in Miami to take on the Miami Heat for the second time in 3 games for the second time in 5 days. We learned Jimmy Butler is out tonight, in addition to De'Aaron Fox being out. I was surprised Tyler Hero, not even on the injury report after missing the entire second half of yesterday's game after getting poked in the eye. He got Rashawn yesterday.
Yeah, he did, and he has a bruised eye. Like that's not pleasant.
Does not sound good. Yeah,
especially.
I guess. Yeah, Rashawn had a lacerated eye. I start to think too. Is part of Rashawn's problem just the goggles? Like I know that seems stupid.
It could be,
but like he's fixing his goggles like 47 times a game. I really do wish he had some like croquis, like the little things that stick on the end, and just like so just tighten the strap up on the back so his glasses stay on his face.
One time, I did not like it.
Yeah,
not at all.
Was it like when LeBron played with sleeves and he ripped them off during the game?
That's essentially how I felt. That's what I wanted to do.
Yeah.
It was all bad. So
did you throw him into the stands? Did you hit a referee like Robert Covington did?
I probably should have. I was in the 6th grade, but yeah, I probably should have threw it at somebody. I didn't know.
And you were out there looking like Urkel, like what's going on? I like it.
I had just got some stitches above my head, and that was the way we figured out how to protect them. Just wear some goggles. They didn't last.
Yeah.
Didn't like it at all. So maybe that is.
Maybe it is. Maybe it's. I thought James in the Miami game, Charlotte, Miami. Yeah, I thought in the Miami game he played pretty well. I thought he was effective. He did, the points, the rebound, but you noticed him on the floor, and I thought he was a part of what they were doing and how they got that win against Miami.
Yeah, I really thought he played spectacular defense on Bam. Like Bam got his points, but I think he worked really hard. He wasn't very efficient. Like I thought they did a really good job on Bam, and I thought he specifically did a really good job on Bam. But the first half wasn't great, and you remember they had to go to Alex Len the first half again, and that kind of shows you like it's not working all the time. But that second half he settled in, and they need it. I mean, again, I don't know what's going on with Sabonis and why he keeps getting all of these fouls, but like you can't let a Plumlee get foul you out of a game. And it just seems like every single game, the guy's averaging 4.7 fouls a game, and per 36, it's at like 5.8 fouls per game. Like I don't even know what's happening there. The problem is, it's not just the fouls are limiting his minutes. It's that when he is in the game, he's worried about the fouls, and it's limiting his effectiveness while he's in the game. And so it's not just missing time. It's like missing time and playing like a guy with 4 fouls half the time.
Yeah. It really is bizarre. And some of it is on him. Some of it is just bad fortune, bad luck, because some of these calls are atrocious.
Questionable.
To say it lightly. So it's one of those things where I'm looking at it, James, where I don't think these things continue. You know, I don't think this is a year-long thing. I think it's a bad stretch as far as, like, you know, always being in foul trouble. There's a part of his game that is going to be in foul trouble more times than not, just because he's really physical. And, you know, he's kind of heavy with his feet, heavy-footed, things of that nature. So I think it's not the end of it, but I think this is just like a really magnified bad stretch. I think he'll play his way out of it. I don't think we'll see as many foul trouble situations in the coming games.
Yeah, and Sean brought up something on the podcast last night that he's just coming from Europe, where he played in Eurobasket, and not only that, but like he's going up against Valanciunas every day at practice while they're getting ready, and so like the physicality of that game versus the physicality in the NBA, what's allowed in that game versus what's allowed in this game, and then like I think the other problem is the Kings defense. It's gotten better. You know, right now they're 20th in the league in defensive rating. That's much better than the 27th they finished last year, or the 30th they finished year before that. But they still have a lot of blow-bys, and they still put him in bad position quite often. And he's also going one-on-one all the time, and guys are getting physical and they're getting calls. I don't think that, like, whether that's a point of emphasis this year or not, I'm not sure. I'll just tell you that I don't understand how he's getting so many fouls, and how De'Aaron Fox, who's at the rim finishing all the time, is averaging 4.4 free throws per game. Like, he's down off of 2 years ago. He's down like 2.83 free throws per game attempted off of where he should be. And it's not like he stopped going to the basket. He's still in the key all the time. And we're not even seeing him do as many pull-up jumpers as he was last year. So I'm wondering when that it's going to translate to good things for the Kings, because it's not. Although I will say he's up to 84% as a free throw shooter, and Barnes is right there too.
Yeah, that's awesome. And that is infuriating that he's not getting those calls, and he's spending as much time at the basket as he is. He's spending as much time at least trying to get to the basket, because our concern was if he continues to not get those calls, how much more is he going to continue to be aggressive in going to the basket? Does it, that's going to start to take a toll at some point. You're going in there, you're getting knocked around by those big dudes, and you're not getting rewarded for it. At some point, the hell am I going to go in there for?
Yeah, I think he's like top 3 in like shot attempts at the basket. Like, how does that make any sense that he's not getting any foul calls at all? Like, even like I point out the one play where they looked at it again and they said that the ball against Miami, the ball went off of De'Aaron out of bounds late in the game. And it looked like it at first, I think they called it off of Bam, and then they reversed it and they called it off of De'Aaron. The whole time De'Aaron's showing the ref his arm. So they gave the Heat the ball because, yes, the ball went off of Fox, but they didn't give Bam the foul when they went back and reviewed it, which was clear. And it's like, how many times do you have to lose a ball out of bounds that we are clearly getting fouled and not get a foul call until somebody calls something? And it really is, like, it's baffling. And, last season the Kings were one of the best teams in the league at getting to the line. They were, like, really high up in free throw attempts per game. Mm-hmm. It's just, they're just not getting the calls. And on the other end, they're getting all of the calls. And I'll point this out too. It's kind of like changing pitchers in Major League Baseball. Like, it's just making the game so slow and so hard to watch. So I don't know why we're seeing so many foul calls, especially early in games. To me, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. And all they can do is just keep playing their game. And I hear what Damian is saying about sometimes you just get frustrated and stop playing a certain way if you're not getting the benefit of it. But that's where Mike Brown comes into play, to remind them that, hey, you guys are doing the right thing. I am a firm believer in all of basketball. Like, it all balances out. Like, it all balances out. at the end
Oh,
of
you
the
new here too, huh?
well, in those situations, like at the end of the year, they'll go to the line as many times this year as they did last year.
They have not balanced out the 2002 Western Conference Finals yet, Kenny. So I'm going to say that you're erroneous. Erroneous. Yeah.
But they just got to keep doing what they do. Like James said, stay aggressive, stay playing that game, and they'll start to get some calls to get the benefit of the doubt of it, hopefully. But you can never be sure with these refs because they're just so bad at their job.
You know what we're at though? We're at that point though where Mike Brown needs to get a tech. We are like between the Sabonis issue.
Share a brain,
James. I said,
yeah.
I said maybe even before this game. But if Sabonis is in foul trouble again in this game, what? Oh, that was about four. If Sabonis is in foul trouble again after this game, if I'm Uncle Vivek, I'm saying, hey, Mike, I got the fine. Go off on these referees because that would have been 4 times in 7 games where he's battling foul trouble or gets fouled out, and I would go off. It's almost that time, James.
I think so too. It is. It's almost time for him to just like go berserk and let somebody hear it, and because it's on both ends. That's why it's that you're not getting the calls with Fox, and you're getting all of the calls with Sabonis, and it just feels unbalanced.
We talked about Sabonis's game first time around against Miami. Obviously, the foul trouble was infuriating and eventually fouling out, but he was 8 of 9 in that game. Kevin Huerter, the greatest player to ever don a Sacramento Kings uniform, was 7 of 8 from 3 in that game against Miami. You got to assume, just an assumption, that Miami went over that film pretty closely. Looking at Kevin Huerter dropping 27 on them, what adjustments do you think Miami makes against the Kings tonight to try to minimize the greatest player to ever don a Kings uniform, Kevin Huerter?
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting because clearly their point of emphasis last game was to not stop Sabonis from scoring, and Sabonis was having a spectacular game. I mean, he put up huge numbers. You look at his numbers, you're like, okay, wait, you only played 22 minutes?
Yeah.
If the Kings can get Sabonis rolling like that, there's nothing you can do about stopping Huerter, especially if you have somebody else breaking the paint. Huerter's just locked and loaded, and he's floating around the perimeter. He moves so well without the ball. He's always in proper shooting position. He's always ready to just catch and shoot. And what we're seeing from him, like we talked about it coming into the season, all I needed was like 3 more 3-point attempts and 2 more free throw attempts, and Huerter is instantly between 16 and 18 points a game. Like it was the easiest formula to see ever of how one player could be so much better, and we're seeing it play out. Now the fact that he's hitting 53%, like let's be honest, he's going to finish the season around 40-42%. Maybe he finishes at 45.
That's not being honest. He's staying at 53.
Yeah, I think, he could fade a little bit here, but at the end of the day, like if you've got a 3-point shooter that's anywhere near like that range and who's shooting that much, I'm going to say it. I want 2 to 3 more 3-point attempts from him every game. I want to see more Kevin Huerter
in Charlotte that you wanted. He got to that 10. I think he was 5 of 10 against Charlotte, and that stood out because I remember James was like, he's got to get to 10. And then obviously Kevin Huerter was listening. He's like, "Oh, I got you, James.
You got me." Well,
5 of 10.
Yeah, I mean, the potential is there for him to be really good, and he's averaging something like 3.7 assists per game. Like, oh no, is he over 4? I think he is at 4.
4.2. 4.2.
Yeah, he just went up because he led the team in assists this last game with I think 6. Yeah, this is a guy who like this offense is built for him. We talked about it last year when the Kings acquired Sabonis. They didn't just get him, but they got Justin Holiday, and it was something crazy like 33% or 7% of all of Sabonis's assists went to Holiday. Well, Kevin Huerter's just the same. Like he's found out how to do it, and then he's got to Sacramento and he didn't forget how to shoot the 3 ball. So he's just firing away like, oh, this is fun.
You know what I like about Kevin Herter's game as well is there will be times he's hitting from three. He'll get his 7, 8, 9, 10 shot attempts from beyond the arc up, but there'll be times where they'll overplay at the three, and he'll curl and get into the paint, get into the foul line area, and hit a little pull up there. He's not gonna just live or die at the 3-point line. If he has an opportunity to get to the hole or get a mid range shot or something like that, he'll take advantage of it. I like that maturity in his game.
Yeah, he was built for this opportunity, totally. And it is what it is. Like I think he's going to be a guy who's in the running for most improved player. I think he clearly is going to be the starting shooting guard for this team for the next 4 years, alongside Fox. And like this is a good moment for him. He's just been really, really good.
You must be so proud.
Yep.
I got Sabonis going near triple-double tonight.
Yeah.
That's my prediction for tonight. I hope the Kings win, but I think we see a big night from Domantas Sabonis. I think a lot of the offense, even with Davion in there, I think a lot of the offense is, and though this isn't a hot take to say the offense is going to run through Sabonis, I think it more so might tonight with De'Aaron Fox out, and I think he hits numbers close to a triple-double. That's my prediction for tonight's game.
Kenny, what do you got?
I'm gonna go. I think my guy Woody Cube in the chat talked about it earlier, but I'm gonna go with him. I think Keegan goes off tonight.
Oh,
the
big his big disappointment game earlier this week. It's the monumental bounce back moment.
I think Keegan goes off. I see Keegan going for like 25.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
nobody predicting wins or losses here. Just
yeah, you know what? I think Keegan is primed for a big game.
Okay.
But I'll also tell you, Kevin Herter career high is 29, which he set in his rookie season. Every single game, it feels like, except for the Golden State game, it feels like, ooh, he might get there.
Like 27 against Miami the first time.
Yeah, like he's got potential to hit that number. And as long as they're moving the ball and sharing and everybody's getting involved, 11 guys right now, averaging at least 1 assist per game. Like this team is moving the ball.
All right. Well, let's go watch. Let's see. Drapes is in Miami, so it's Morgan. We'll go watch Morgan Reagan on the pregame show. If you're locked in on the radio, we got Game 4 of the World Series coming your way. We appreciate you so much for being with us. Hit the thumbs up if you're on YouTube. Hit the subscribe button as well. If you're on the Odyssey app, hit the little heart button in the upper right-hand corner. Save us as your favorite radio station. And make sure that you're back here with us tomorrow at noon. We'll cover the Kings and the Heat. Can the Kings make it 3 straight? Woo-hoo. Find out. Steven and Casey here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Let's go, Kings.
We're done.
And we're done. Oh, they sent us an audio recording of Mike Brown's pregame.
Well, that's nice.
Oh, it's the Heat, not the Kings.
Oh, that's nice of the Heat.
Yeah.
Awful.
They've thought ahead on that one. I mean, it's probably going to be 2 questions. I don't know who's asking.
Yeah, it's a quick one tonight, guys. We'll have to.
Yeah. Well, that's what it was last time. So.
Oh.
Nice.
All right.
Yeah, I like that color hoodie too. Someone's asking if that hoodie color is going to be available.
This one? Is it
Was
not?
that a mistake?
No.
I don't know. I like that one. I need to get me one of those.
Yeah, this one, I might have taken this one down because of the distributor. I could put it back up. I didn't actually. I don't think I knew it wasn't up. I know it's called a Lux. Let me check.
He just said, yes, I just checked quickly. It is available. He answered his own question. Thanks, Adam. Adam with an H.
Sometimes you have to scroll through the colors, like the Celtic. Wait, no, I don't think that it is available. Oh, here it is. Gold Lux, dark green. Yeah, it's there.
Sacktown Tony with the important question here. The important question. Yeah, my team is going to remain hurt all year because you left me with 3 crappy keepers, 2 of which are always hurt. So yes, my team will be hurt all year long.
Damn.
And why do I not get more than one IR spot?
Damn.
Come on.
Sacktown Tony doing people dirty in this fantasy basketball league.
You sound
tough.
upset, James.
It's tough.
Tony, my goal every week, I don't care who it is, all I got to do is beat one person. I might be in last place overall, but as long as I'm beating one of you people, someone feels bad about it. That's how my entire season is there.
Not to toot our own horn. We got some dope ass hoodies.
Really do. I gotta get my orders in
You say that literally every day.
tonight.
You got a lot of hoodies.
We got some great ones though. Like
I
we
need
got
to fire up more hoodies.
really, really good ones. I like that one. That's a really, really good hoodie. I like Deuce and Mo's new hoodie. Morgan had it on the other day. It was a blue. The logo was blue, and I don't know if her hoodie was like sail or white, but I was like, oh.
They had me crying when she was dressed as for Halloween. She was
Chewbacca.
No, the big gigantic dude. Jabba the Hutt. She was Jabba the Hutt. And then they did like a WWE like fight in their Halloween costumes with her wearing a Jabba the Hutt costume. It's pretty spectacular. Although I was kind of hoping that she would wear that and Deuce would wear the Princess Leia from the scene where Jabba the Hutt's got chained up. That would have been spectacular. That's my next year. Next year.
That's good stuff. We got to sign off because you're going to hear baseball in your ear in a second. So we love you guys. Yeah, we love you guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow at noon. Hit the thumbs up before you go. Pretty